Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the late start. I've been doing paperwork. Elastic stream time. We're walking. So, first, I have to say thank you to Daniel Dort. I apologize for hitting review. And by review, I mean record before I said thank you. Thank you, Daniel Dort. If you give me a moment, I will continue to make the stream wait. Sorry, YouTube. I'm sorry. God, please, don't. Oh, not the whip. Not the whip. Batman, Streaminations, Opus Magnum, whatever that is. Yakuza, Like a Dragon. Done. I'm going to get really elitist for a second, okay? Hang on. Let me move my glasses slightly. Yep. Today we'll be discussing how other game reviewers totally suck souls. No, Zero Noctis. I find myself wondering why professional game reviews even exist anymore. And then I remember that the overwhelming majority of people who buy video games do so because of the fact that they saw a normal, let's call it what it is, a normie game review by someone who was probably on a severe deadline, probably played the first maybe 10 hours of the game, whatever the game was, and then, smashed something together at night while, hyped up on caffeine, along with probably 2 other reviews, so they could get their quota in for the day, and then went and collapsed in bed questioning their life choices. And that's the kind of reviews that normal people probably go look at. And I mean that with total sincerity, along with the elitism involved. Because most people, we've talked about this before, most people, percentage-wise, who buy a product are not actually a fan of that product. They're part of the popular audience as opposed to the niche audience. The niche audience being the people who are actually engaged with the thing in question. Whether it's a video game or an RPG game or science fiction or Star Trek or whatever, right? The majority of those people over there, they're just playing a video game. It's like, oh, it looks cool. Or they're just watching a show. Or they're just watching a movie or just reading a book. This is something that goes back decades. This is nothing new. There's lots and lots and lots and lots of evidence that this is a factual fact of life. And so it's kind of like those absolutely god-awful trailers that are terrible, and I cannot stop spitting venom at for being absolutely terrible. It's almost funny to me, good morning, Roman Care, how much other people, in as recently as this year, have slowly started to become aware of the fact that trailers are absolutely terrible and incredibly formulaic, and have been for a while. I agree with you, Loner, absolutely. People have become aware of Fallout. It's like, oh, okay. People go Google it and people go look up stuff. It's like, oh, hey, cool. And that's where that comes from. So, sure. But the problem there is I still spit venom at those reviews. Maybe not the reviewers. That's harder to judge. But definitely the reviews themselves. Because, and this is important, they're not. 7 out of 10 is a meaningless statement. And any actual article that has been written up by any professional reviewer is drivel in garbage designed to fit a certain word count. It's like those goddamn essays we had to write back in college, right? Where you can make your point on the essay in a paragraph, but nope, you've got a 700 word count to reach. Blah 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 blah. And there you go. There's your review. It's trash. It's misleading. It's deceptive, and I hate it. And before you think me too harsh, how many of you have something that you're really good at? Something you've practiced for years and years. Something that you would consider yourself actually an expert on. Maybe it's something that's a hobby for you. Maybe it's something that's career-wise. Maybe it's something that was like passed down through your family. There's something, right? Now imagine that there's other people who are doing the thing you're really into and passionate about and good at wrong. And that's where I'm coming from. Hate that crap. Do your jobs. God dang it. Do your frickin' jobs. Now, excuse me. The score has updated. Yeah, excuse me. Thank you, Archpriest. Do your job properly. I shouldn't have to add that word at the end of that, because it's implied in the statement. But yeah, do your job properly. Also, I need to update this to say Pentiment, not taking a break. That's my bad. I apologize. Okay. So. Moving on. Well, see, that's different, Kitsubian, because professional game reviewers aren't newbies who are getting started in the franchise. Or the franchise, the enterprise? That's still the wrong word. I'm tired. Getting involved in the profession. That's still not the word I was going for, but whatever. Getting involved in the profession, and they don't know how to draw yet. They don't know really what they're doing yet. That's different, right? I have seen people who are not professional game reviewers, who have no idea what they're doing, and I have no ire towards them. What irritates me is these people over here, like, to continue your parallel, someone who is an unprofessional cheat or a hack. I'll use art as a specific example. Back in high school, I knew someone who would actually use the, what do they call it, the light base, and would just sketch over someone else's work and then, like, crudely paint over it and then be like, hey, I painted this. That's kind of the vibe that I feel towards these game reviewers. Definite quote-unquotes, because they're neither. Oh, God, that sounds awful, Loner. Good afternoon, Jay Palmer. Now, if you'll excuse me, we're not actually talking about IGN specifically. They're the low-hanging fruit. But this is just all over the place. GameSpy, GameSpot, or I guess GameSpy doesn't exist anymore. God, every time. We're done. We're done. Polygon. Yeah, they're all the same. Every freaking one of them is the same. They're dribble. They are misleading, deceptive, lying, not doing their job properly, trash. Breath. I'm okay. Let's do this. So we got the book from Martin. We got the thing from Peter. Nope, down. Sorry for the rant. I guess I did want to go this way. Whatever. Damn it, Yura, come back! Wait, I've got other things I can rant about. Airline food. It's crap. You know, Blade Terrell, that's actually a very valid point. It's almost like maybe, just a random thought, maybe someone whose job it is to analyze games should actually be able to play those games. Although, one of the most common complaints and criticisms I get on the YouTube comments, by far, is that I suck at video games. Which I will never stop finding funny. Alright, let's talk about quadruple A games. Okay. Matilda, I'm glad I didn't have you brutally murdered. Bless you, Magdalene. Hello, Matilda. Hello, Waslav. How are you two? Very well. The Lord has blessed us with more than we deserve. How are you, Magdalene? I was worried with you keeping the house and the workshop all on your own. Let me bring you some soup for you and your father. Dad would love that. I've hardly had a moment to cook a hot meal. Between your father, the shop, and the mural, I'm surprised you're not dead on your feet. He's very lucky to have a devoted daughter. Before you worry about imposing, you're not. Taking care of our neighbors is how Till and I serve tossing. Our vocation may have changed, but our gratitude to God and the town has not. It's hard to imagine you two ever lived in the Abbey. Sometimes those days feel like another lifetime. Harder time, to be sure. Yeah, I thought the Abbey was better off than the town in those years. So we were told, but in private I believe Father Gernot struggled to provide for a scriptorium and a double monastery. However, seeing both town and Curacao struggle was only part of what made the time hard. A nun's life can be a challenging one, but I never had to deal with the difficulties you do now. What about your old life was difficult for you? I struggled with my vows, my discipline. I couldn't live as my sisters did. I broke my vows, as did Waslav. So you fell in love. We did. Well, I seduced her. You certainly did not. Are you telling young Mad here that you seduced me, then? Waslav, please. So you left the Abbey? Oh, we were found out, but our secret was kept. Still, the matter ate at my heart. That and being falsely accused of murdering the old Baron terrified you, and rightly so. We must all account for our sins. I was afraid I would account for mine sooner than I thought. Those are the hardest years of my life. I repented and prayed to God to absolve me. But the Lord always provides, even in the darkest days. The Abbey's destruction gave us a second chance. I'm surprised the townsfolk were allowing you to stay. There's some suspicion at first, but we proved useful in the days following, and soon they came around. Blood Elf, you're a... The Lord forgives more readily than man. I don't know, I've read the Old Testament. Never think you must remain in a place that causes you to sin, even if others think it godly. I'm glad you're able to finally live the life together. You both deserve it. Only by the grace of God are we in this life together. Hey, give me some credit. It'll be many more years before we depart. Anyway, I'll send that soup over shortly. Thank you. God bless. God bless. Aww. I am happy for them. I mean, that's true, Blade Jamal. You are absolutely right. It's actually kind of weird to me when I actually play a game to be good at it. You know, usually when I'm doing speedrunning, and I did do a very small amount of that off camera. And I know that sounds like such a dumb statement. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. It's more like I have so little self-confidence that I needed to remind myself that I am, in fact, still good at games. You know what I mean? And yeah, no, I am. But it's like... What's a pig doing out here? Must have broken out of its pen. I wonder who it belongs to. And then I set the pig on fire. Meat's back on the menu, boys. What? Okay. The entrance is steep. No, there must be some way to get down there. Yeah, it's another thing, Darkrai. A lot of people, no offense, a lot of people can't tell the difference between Nintendo hard and actually hard. And, you know me, I value actually hard quite a bit, probably because I understand just how hard it is, how difficult it is to make proper difficulty in a game. It's one of the reasons I tend to come down hard. No, I'm overusing the word here. On games that are fake hard, you know? Like, I love Oblivion to death, but the hard in that game is stupid. And yeah, Battletoads is actually another example of a game that's not a good hard, not a good difficulty curve at all. But something like, say, Cyber Shadow or Mega Man 5, to continue in the platformer space, That's awesome. Those are really good difficulties. It does. You're right, Arspruce. The Hallway of Death. Oh my. Hmm. Well, let's use our Tinker option here. We need to get our rope. Oh, excuse me. Ah, pardon me. Castlevania 3 is a weird one. Because Castlevania 1 and 2 are both bad hard, right? Castlevania 3 is probably the best hard of the three. But even Castlevania 3 is still completely unafraid to punch you in the face over and over and over. Hey, Magda, do you need something? I'm a little busy right now. Can you just show me an Apollo? Who's Apollo? Yeah, the kid right there. Okay, yeah, go away, go away, go away. How to get out of the mine? Yeah, Magda, I need to go down there. I want to see what our forefathers and the Romans left behind for the mural. You want to use your secret hideout for your mural? But everyone knows you two hide down there. Yeah, but they don't know how to climb down there, do they? It's secret enough. Why should I show you how to get in? Because we're friends? Told my mother when I cut my hair so I didn't wear braids for 5 years ago. I still hold that grudge. Look, I'll show you how to get into the mine on one condition. Help Apollo me with our next prank. No telling, no stitching, no questions asked. No. Just gonna nope out of that one. And yeah, I agree, Von Falkenstein. I also think that too many people, devs and players alike, confuse time wasting with difficulty. I cannot tell you how many times, and I will also point the finger at myself at this when I was younger, how many people will conflate took a while with difficult, you know? Now, that's easy to understand why we make that mistake. It's because, you know, an actually difficult thing usually takes several tries, right? It's something that's like, oh god, yeah, I screwed up. Okay, take two, you know. And then you keep trying, and you keep trying, and you succeed. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about things where it's just arduous. Where you're just... Exactly, Bladefall. This is straight up lazy difficulty. Is just spinning your wheels. You've solved the equation. You've fixed the puzzle. You've beaten the boss. You've got the pattern, and now you're just waiting for the boss fight to be over. Hello. Is there something I can do for you? Knives need sharpening. Are you a friend of Smokey's? I'd like to think so. I'm Boxlov. I'm a tinker. I travel around and help people out with sharpening knives and little things like that. Are you a printer's daughter? Yeah. Do you sample the wares much? Yeah. Boxlov don't. We're gonna get in trouble again. Trouble from me? No, not you, mistress. This one can't help but talk to people about all the strange things he believes. He reads all sorts of books, talks to odd folk, gets ideas brewing in his head. Now, it doesn't bother old Smokey none. Bothers some other people a whole lot. But who? Priests. Some people with limited imagination. Inquisitors. 2 inquisitors. No need to overstate the danger. Do I want to know what happened? A long time ago I got into an argument with some people in town. They told Father Thomas. And yes, it is, Loke. Hello, Ect. Good morning. To his credit, he told them to let it go, but somehow an Inquisitor found out. I have not, actually, TSB. I haven't really been looking into new games as much as I'd like, because I've just been had other things going on. Anyways, I had to leave for a while. Books, strange ideas. Yeah, the host, the Eucharist, bread and wine, body and blood of Christ. Holy Communion? What about it? More and more people are writing about rejecting transubstantiation. The idea that bread and wine of the Eucharist literally becomes the body and blood of Christ. There we go. Yes. Well, there are 2 ways to look at it. Yeah, you know the first way to look at it? Why is this game rated M for mature? This is a real question. As I mentioned earlier, the game forced me into having to pick, this is a mature rated video game, not be suitable for all viewers. And remember, I can't undo that. That's just forced upon me. Blood and gore, sexual themes, strong language, and violence. So, I guess the language, maybe? But no. I'm getting to a point here. I apologize. Because I asked a question I already know the answer to. It's because this game is all about religion. And if there is one thing people get pissed off more about, one thing that's more polemic than anything else in the entire game, the entire world, it's Star Wars. But after that, football. But after that, religion. I guarantee you that the only reason they actually put that label up is specifically because of the fact that this game is so heavily focused on religion. And I don't think I agree with that, to be blunt. Like, I don't think that is correct. That's a coward's option right there. That's Twitch being like, nuh-uh, hands off. I noticed when I checked this, so Twitch gives me these statistics whenever I set the game I'm streaming. It tells me how many people follow a specific game and how many people are viewing a specific game. Pentiment has the least viewers and followers of a game I've ever seen. Or at least since they started giving me that statistic. And I've played some extraordinarily, like, esoteric games that people have never even heard of. This is the one that nobody watches. Public execution, stylized gore, suicide, references to abortion, strong language, sexual assault, sexual activities. Yeah, no. I throw all that out the window. You were probably not noticing this, but yesterday I had absolutely no problems with my niece, who is 11, watching this game and watching me play this game. I stand by that. There's nothing in this game that I would consider to be over the top for her or unacceptable for her. Like GTA 5, yeah, okay, I could buy that. But this? Sorry, this came up right now because he's talking about transubstantiation, which was a hotly debated topic for an extremely long period of time. I'm not sure if it still is. And it just sort of struck me. It struck me. There we go. Let's use proper tense here. It just struck me. This right here is exactly why this game is rated M for mature. Whatever they say. So hang on, let me look up this Turbo Kid thing super quick. Hit the stream brakes. Apparently, there's some new thing for Dota 2 available. Woohoo. That sounds terrible. Oh my god. That looks weird. It's not even out yet. Oh no, it is out. It just came out. There we go. What age rating? Oh god, I don't know. 10? We'll go 10. That sounds like a nice round number. If you're over 10, you're good. I mean, God's sakes. Like, I'm sorry, I know I'm the weirdo here, but I would say that Who Framed Roger Rabbit was more traumatizing than this game. I mean that. I'm not actually being facetious. Great movie, by the way. Great movie, but wow. Anyways, so, first is on the grounds that Wycliffe and Hus rejected our eyes, our senses. There's nothing perceptible that changes in the character of the bread and the wine. That doesn't mean it hasn't actually changed, though. That brings me to the second point. Even if bread and wine turned to Christ's body and blood, why is that necessary for spiritual communion? Actually, I have flown her. Not in a while, but we are bound by flesh, attempting to reunite with the light of God through the Eucharist. The act, the observances, the unites our will with that of Christ. God is present in us through the remembrance, not in the physical act. Heresy! Heresy! Barely even human! Absolutely not, and that's why I'll say if any quiz. Come around. Ready to hear why it's important to disbelieve transubstantiation? Sure. I'll admit I hope for some more enthusiasm regarding the fate of our souls, but alright. This all starts with Lucifer creating the world. Excuse me? God was the Word, and the Word was the truth, and truth is light. The light is God's will. God's light contains aspects, what we consider angels, facets of his infinite intellect. One of these aspects separated itself from his intellect, manifested itself in the darkness, and corrupted will, Lucifer. Okay. To exist outside the boundaries of infinite light, the corrupt will brought into being an equally infinite darkness. Within that darkness, Lucifer cast his false light, a corrupt imitation of the divine intellect, to create the world. All material world is inherently a corrupt manifestation of that false light. We still have connection to God through our intellect, but it's false, flawed by existing in our physical bodies. Okay, but we can be redeemed, right? Well, of course. Finally, some sense. But not in the way you think. Of course not. The way to be redeemed is reunite our will with God's. Uh-huh. Regular prayer, abstention from material desire, sublimation, and elimination of want. It just sounds like being a monk. No, it sounds Buddhist, actually. Yes, I know Buddhism isn't one belief or religion. No, priests and monks are both corrupt agents of the business of the church. They have taken the simplicity of holy devotion and profaned it with pageantry. The saints, too. All this talk of Marites and Saisha and miracles are just stories. Church has led people astray, put the hope of people in meaningless rituals, faith in relics. I can see why you don't go to town much. No one really wants me in town anyway. They want me to fix their knives and their pots and little things and be on my way. And that's fine with me. I've seen so much of the world, learned so many things. I've made so many friends I hope I'll see again if I come their way. Anyway, thank you for indulging me, Magdalene. Of course. Okay. Good day, Mr. Strucken. I still don't know how to pronounce our name. Told you, Smokey. You can call me Magdalene. Old habits, I suppose. What brings you to my corner of the woods? More gossip? Ancient gossip, actually. Mines is new interest of yours? I don't see the townsfolk out there as much as anymore. Last I saw those two twins making trouble. They know way in, but I'll be damned if I ever set foot in that place. What are you so interested in? The mural needs a section about the earliest days of Tassing. The mines are the oldest part of Tassing, and if you have a keen ear, I thought you might have heard something. I don't know much about getting down to the mines, but I know a fair few stories about them and the other Roman ruins around here. The old stories my father used to tell me when he was the burner of Tassing. One about Mars, Tassia, the nymph was always my favorite, though I blamed that on my youth. Tassia? Like tossing? Uh-huh. Folk named the town after a pagan god, a Roman one at that. I don't mind telling you the tale, but I warn you, it's a bit bawdy. I don't need to hear those parts. I thought not. You're a lady, after all. But I'll tell you the decent bits. Thank you. I like how you can say, no, don't tell me, and then, aw, you won't tell me, like back to back. Actually feels like a screw-up. Hang on 1 second. Legend says Mars was hunting in his woods and spied a fat boar for the taking. He just pulled back his spear when he heard a woman scream in terror. Of course, the creature ran off. The god was angry at the loss of his quarry, so he tramped through the woods to see why a woman was in the forest and not in the local town. Would a god be hunting in Tassing's forest? How should I know? Maybe just wanted to risk walk. Anyways, why should anything gods do make sense? There's the old days when spirits and ghosts prowled. What do you mean, prowled? Prowled, you know, like spirits and other evil things do. You can't just say they walked through the woods like you and me. They prowled! Alright, keep going. So Mars found a nymph, Tassia, bathing in a spring, with a fat, ugly satyr goading her from the shore. Enraged at seeing the trapped nymph, Mars transformed into a wolf and slew the satyr. In return, well, Tassia bathed the god. I see. I did warn you. When Mars left the pool, he dripped onto the ground and it blossomed with flowers and crops. That's why this valley is so fertile. I don't know if the council would approve of that. I doubt they would, but you're an artist, aren't you? You get to choose what the mural shows. Yeah, if only that was true. Don't ask, Kitsubine. Just... I wouldn't let those old bastards keep you from painting what you want. So much of what the Romans left behind was destroyed over the years, but I like that we still have these tales. Never really destroy stories as long as there's people to tell them. So I need to destroy people. This town's more Roman than Bavarian, anyways. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that. Town's built up on Roman foundations. Tassig's actually much smaller now than it was in Roman's day. At least that's what I make of it. The ruins go deep into the forest and all the way to the old mine. Half of Tassig is built on Roman stone. Take a walk around town and start to notice things. We used their stone to build. The old temple by Satius Shrine has grown over, but the aqueduct runs for miles. Even the abbey used to be an old Roman fort. You can see some of Roman pavestones under the road if you look hard. It may not be Roman, but the town is. Okay, cool. Yeah, no kidding, Hazardous. That's the way of things. Most people don't notice the old stones. Too busy in town to notice what's right in front of their eyes. Maybe I should go look at the mine. Get a better sense of what things are actually like. Nothing will stop you, I see. Well, I won't either. Keep an eye out for any wolves or satyrs, eh? I'll let you know if I see any. Good luck. We are right there, Hazardous. As I say, I'm pretty sure this is actually Austria, but yeah, Bavaria, as I've mentioned a few times. South of Nuremberg, north of Venice, west of Salzburg, southwest of Prague. To be honest, I don't recognize most of those other towns. Kempten, Tolls, Moldorf, Freising, Mittenwald, Krimmel, Innsbruck. Oh my god, this lack of music is killing me! Hang on, I'm about to go tear out my ears. Must tear out ears. Must. We'll do this playlist. This should be a good playlist for this. So Costco has these really, really good cheese-filled pastries here. And because it's Costco, you can't buy one. So I got a box of them. Does that count? Okay. Oh yeah, they're more salty than sweet, but they're definitely sweet-salty. Whatever that combo is called. What's the minimum you could buy? A box of them. It was like 5, I want to say. It's not actually that many, but it's like this. I mean, they're not small pastries, you know. Oh, hang on. Hit the band brakes. Actually, it's funny you say that. So, to tell the full story, what ended up happening was my brother-in-law went to Costco and got a thing of those. And so he got 2 of them because we got a lot of people in the house. And one of them we were kind of slow-moting our way through. And the other one, the littlest one had gotten a hold of and eaten out the centers of each of them and left the rest of the pastries alone. So we had to get more. Okay, so I got the reap. What else do I need for that? Distracted by my own stupidity here. Pretty much, J. Palmer. Although with less, overt malice and more, I'm a 2-year-old. Oh no, trust me, in this case, the crust was definitely the best part. That's new. Oh, we're doing the mine last? I don't actually have something else to do right now. Magdalene. Yes? The cinnamon just arrived for the beer. Isn't that a spice? Yes, with many wonderful properties. Wonderful properties! Copper pots you help me pipe in are part of the process. Huh. It's for the Christmas celebration. Already? We're barely into November. The wheel of time stops for no man. But it's going to be wonderful. Cinnamon, coffee from Ethiopia, chocolate from the New World. I'm not even going to try. Jesus Christ, he who has the money can do everything. Problem? Of course not, it's your money. Anyway, I'm quite excited about it. Clearly. As such, alchemy is not normally my strong suit, and for all of Nazu's complaints about the cost, the base rye we're using is free. Really? Yes. The farmers had so much rye this year they couldn't use it all. Gret made as much bread as she could with it, but she wanted having to throw a lot out. So why not make beer? Rye beer. So combining something that will medically cause me issues and alcohol. Is it like doubling the negative? Like is that like multiplying a negative by a negative? I don't know. Do you know Tossing Salt Mine? I need to find a way in. Any chance you could help me? Get into the salt mine. Yes, you must be quite the adventurer. Ideally, we could rig up a double pulley system to lower and raise yourself into the shaft. That might take a while. Well, I'd like to go today, if possible. Goals. Length of rope suffice? You could brace against the wall. Are you strong enough to support your own weight? Against the wall? Yeah. Excellent. Thank you, Belchus. Coals. Here you go. Do be careful, though. Make sure the ropes are secure. That's a good point. We need the poison. We need to poison ourselves. Sorry. We need methanol. That's what we need. Hello, Magdalene. How are you? Well enough, considering the circumstances. Glad to hear it. You've been admirably level-headed, given your challenges. For what it's worth, though, Claus and I haven't always seen eye to eye. I've always respected him. Dad respects you as well. Well, thank you for saying so. Over the years, I've grown to find his stubbornness admirable. It's a quality you share, as evidence in your work on the mural. Thank you. This must be part of the Lord's plan. I must trust he put you in this position for a reason. All the same, the Council does not want to regret their lenience. I will prove you wrong. Good. Go on, then. I have patients to attend to. That's amusing on Falkenstein. Final Fantasy VIII hero. So what is at that point? Is that a mead at that point? Like legally? I do, Shmanov. Hello, Widow Gret. Magdalene. Good morning, Gret. It smells heavenly in here. I just finished rolling out some raisin bread. Not that Andreas and Ulrich... Ulrich? Oh, the kid. Could use a treat today. It's a sweet idea. I had some spare time today, and I like to stay busy. Soul of the diligent shall be made rich, after all. Besides, I'd like to drop in on... Anna. And see my grandchildren. I'm more blessed than I ever imagined I would be. Paul and Anna make such a lovely pair. Ulrich wouldn't believe his eyes if he saw us now. I wish he could see his grandchildren. Yeah, me too! I like option 2. I always thought it was strange your daughter married the son of the man who killed your husband. I'm sure he's happy. Even though he's extremely dead. He was never much for emotional displays, but I still remember his joy when Anna was born. Yeah, no kidding, Schmidolf. You know, I was angry when Anna first took a liking to Paul. He was always a quiet boy, but I was afraid he'd turn out like his father. I needn't have worried. Paul's a good man and a good father. He's built this town back up from what it was. It's good to see Elle so social now. She's come out of her shell. And she keeps asking me for recommendations for a ladies' reading circle. Wonderful. You are the one to ask for such a list. I would join her group myself, but I'm just too busy with the bakery myself. I don't mind that. Keeps me busy. I get to see everyone in town when I deliver to them. I've been chatting too long. My doughs need tending. Please excuse me. Good morning, Magdalene. Brisk weather today, isn't it? And Stillcraft is out there working with Father Thomas to repair the church. I worry about that boy sometimes. He works the stone, but I'm not sure he has his mind set on it. Masonry is a good trade. Yeah, they do. Lucky always harped on about how being honest and trustworthy is the most valuable currency. How in this life, hard work and reputation matter the most. No, it's actually money. Sorry, everyone, that's the key to life. Historically speaking, money is the most important thing. Kraft has taken that to heart, I think. He does a lot of good for the town. I've offered to find an apprenticeship for him, but he won't make his damn mind up. Deserves a chance at the life he wants. He lived in his father's shadow for too long. He's a good man, Agnes. You should be proud. Thank you, Magdalene. I've done my best for the household, despite what's happened in the last few decades. Ah, well. You didn't come here to hear me ramble about my family. What can I do for you? I thought you might have some additional remedies for my father. Werner's not enough? I understand Klaus's condition is dire, but this is the wrong song for this. I thought Werner would be able to provide something. I know it won't save him, but I still want to try everything I can. What's that, Loner? Every little bit helps, huh? I understand. Let me see what I can whip up. I can't promise nothing, but God willing, I pray it'll provide some help. Thanks, Agnes. Of course. Take care. Look, I'm just saying, if money was the thing that moved everything around back in Roman times, it's 2 millennia. And 2 millennia can't be wrong. Hello, Mistress Druckerin. Druckerin? God, when Falkstead told me how to pronounce it, I've already forgotten it. Dad's spirits are high, but he still gets headaches and spells of dizziness. If there's anything we can help you with, let us know. Endris is always ready to provide. He and Klaus have been friends for a long time. I heard tales of Endris coming to find you in Innsbruck. How did that even happen? Twists of Providence are sudden and unpredictable. I was but a young girl selling all manner of wares at the market, pots and the like. One day this man appears in the stall, jitters and nerves, stammering over his words, but charming in a way. He spoke at length. I was intrigued and enamored, as if a candle had been lit. Endris is a man of talent and means, after all, blessed with a kind soul. How did it feel having to move for someone far away? Frightening, to be sure, leaving Innsbruck, friends, family. But it was exciting as well, going up to find new opportunities and build a new life. There wasn't much I had to look forward to in Innsbruck. Few prospects for a poor girl. Didn't see myself sitting at the market continuing to sell odds and ends. Sometimes there are risks we just have to take. That's inspiring. I'm glad you found happiness here. We all struggle in this world, but the moments of joy outweigh the bad. Citation needed. That's how God has set the world. I feel I've been blessed, and it's not all bad for Endris either. Hee hee hee. I assisted with the bookkeeping side of the smithing, among other things. Thank you for telling me. It's nothing. I hope it's provided with some encouragement. Don't forget you're important as well and deserve to live your life. Alright, I gotta assist Endris with a few things. Be well. Lol. Resi and I are very worried. He's alive, that's what matters. Did you discover who attacked him? No, whoever it was, they left no sign. Terrible crime, terrible. May God look after you both. We've had enough tragedy in this town. Fortunately, Dr. Stolz appears to have found his purpose. remember being so sad when I was a girl. Ah, you're still a girl. This is the exact same dialogue we've already done. We're gonna go and scooch past this. I don't know how we actually managed to repeat an entire conversation. Normally, it doesn't even let me do that. It just says, hi. Yeah, like this. Hi. Weird. Hey, Jorg. Magdalene, how are the hinges on your doors? Fine, I guess. Maybe Andrew should take a look at them. I would have asked your father, but, well, anyway, you wouldn't believe how many people in this town leave their hinges to rust. Ah, could be Smirnoff. Is this something the council's worried about? Well, Dad always taught me to keep the house in good repair if we can afford it. Now, Paul would like to institute a yearly check of all homes in Tossing. What do you think of the idea? It's not a bad thing, but I don't see why we need to make it official. Everyone in Tossing helps each other. As I see it, if someone notices a house in disrepair, we pitch in to fix it. To do anything else would be unchristian. If Paul wants to see it through, I'm happy to go along with it. Makes me feel useful, you know. Speaking of, I better get to work. See you around, Magda. I've already talked to him. Hello, Magdalene. Hello, Takoda. How's the mural going? I hope my husband hasn't been bothering about you too much. No, it's not a concern. Council likes to meddle in things they ought to leave alone. My husband less so than some, but those men are all bad influences on each other. Now they're chattering on about yearly check of the hinges on every door in town. Hinges? Who gives a damn if the hinges creak? To be fair, if your hinges creak, the door's integrity is at stake. That's why I don't need to check every door in my house every year like it's feast day. If there's a creaky hinge, I'll hear it. Anyway, I think it's good of you to be working on the mural. I wish Artemis and Apollo would take interest. I mean, why would we do infrastructure maintenance? That's stupid. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go over by the aqueduct that isn't in functional repair and try to catch some of the water dribbling off of it. Speaking of, have you seen them around anywhere? I asked them to look after the chickens, but they disappeared. I haven't seen them recently. That's actually a lie, but they're in the forest. This town isn't that big. I don't know where they get off to that I can't find them. Father Thomas says they're only so much trouble because I named them after Greek gods. He says those names have power, but I still like them. Of course, Father Evil McEvilson, the Diabolical Son. Oh, there you go, Diabolical Son. So, of course, Father Diabolical Son would be the kind of person who would resent you naming your child something wrong. God. I hate him so much. If anything, they should be more well-behaved. I don't think anything will stop the twins from going their own way in life. Yeah, you're right. Father Thomas spends too much time in his books. Anyway, I better go find those rascals. Good luck. Christ. Ugh. Damn it. Come on. Yeah, it's something I find amusing, by the way, Act. Literally every thumbnail I've seen for the Hades 2 footage, except for one, has specifically showcased Aphrodite. And I know why they do that, but it's still disappointing, you know? God, I don't know. I mean, the Abbot's really, really, really horrible. But Thomas is just, ugh. It really is Kitsune. It's like, yes, I get it. It's a naked woman. Can we move on? Women do, in fact, have girl parts. We're not doing well. I'm having trouble coping with the stress. Dad's been hard to understand recently. It's a new picture. It's a new sketch, Hazardous. But yes, she still is wearing nothing. I'll keep praying for you both. The both of you deserve the best. Life's been hard enough for you already. Please let me know if you need any help around the house. I'd be happy to help. That's very kind of you. I've been very busy. I've let the house go a bit. Not to worry, I'll come by and help. Besides, we can chat. Chat makes chores pass quickly. Exactly hazardous. With all my children up and grown and no husband to care for anymore, I've got to make myself useful somehow. You could relax instead of doing chores. I don't think I'd be able to do that, even if I tried. Jorg and Veronica are capable of caring for their own household now. Eva's taking care of Otz and Ursula, and Fabian have their own life together. They don't need me anymore. Is that a good thing? Heavens, yes. I thank God my children are all grown and prospering. After so many years of tending to them and maintaining a home, I don't know what else to do. You could always find something new to do. Maybe help Gret in the bakery. Jorg has been telling me to rest more, but you're right. I'd rather keep busy as long as there's life left in these old bones. Well, that's settled. I'll come over to help around the house soon, alright? Thank you. God bless. Still haven't found Ursula. Like, at all. Like, I haven't even seen her. Hello, Magdalene. Hello, Hans. Hope your dad recovers quick. He's a good man. I'll tell him you said that. Good. This town has seen too many terrible things, but we've recovered before. Maybe the Lord will return your dad to health, too. Yep, that's definitely a thing that's going to happen. Wink. Yeah, would you need something? Kraft hasn't been bothering you, has he? We're getting into other trouble. No, he's fine, mostly. Good. That boy's a thorn in my boot. Lazy, arrogant, doesn't care for his family. He'll bring shame to the Bauer name one day. I avoid sticking my nose into people's affairs, but Martin, ugh. Anyway, didn't mean to complain. Till later. Okay. Hey, Magdalene. Heard what happened to your dad. How's he doing? Resting. He suffered a severe blow to the head. I'm worried, to say the least. Hans sends his regard. The Bauer household is playing for a swift recovery. Thank you. And Hans and Jutta as well. Klaus has always been such a bedrock of Tassing. I'd hate for him to die. It'd be, sorry. It's fine. It's best not to ignore one's fears. Do you miss your father? Your real one, I mean? Do I miss him? Kinda. I don't remember Joseph all that much. It's become a haze of sort, a faint echo, a feeling, an occasional emotion. I was so young when he got killed. Mom said I had trouble understanding what happened for a long time. Yeah, I understand. My mom is like an empty hole in my life. I have nothing of her. Yeah, you never even got to see her, right? Not even a memory, huh? Suppose you have yourself for comparison. God molded you after her. I can... That's how DNA works. I can imagine how she could have been like, stubborn and unruly, yeah. I'm not stubborn and unruly. You read books, don't you? Stories are about things that are true. Yeah! Do you want to learn how to read? I don't have the time. Working the farm never ends, especially with the taxes eating at us. Anyway, winter's draws us closer. I got a lot of preparation to take care of. Hope Klaus recovers soon. Hello, Magdalene. How's the mural? Here you browbeat the council and letting you do it yourself. I don't really care about the council. I did it for Dad. You're a dutiful girl. No one can fault you for that. But you painting the rat house? I can't imagine what would happen when I was a girl. Only those old Benedictine sisters ever did much art. Think they were happy without anyone around to need things from them? What a life. Except for the prayers, of course. Listening to Father Thomas on Sundays is enough for me. Anyway, good to see you standing up to the council. That Zimmerman boy seems to have a good head on his shoulders, though. Once you settle down with him, you'll have a good life ahead of you. No. You so sure there are better prospects for you in this town? Don't tell me you prefer the Gertner boy. I'm gonna head out and about, I think. Should be another town in the Empire with 2 local saints and fresh alpine air. You're always going to forge another path, just like your mother. I have no use for the world beyond Tassing, but I wish you luck in it. Thanks, Hetty. I'll see you later. I like how it's taken as absolute certainty that you'll marry, because of course you'll marry. Why wouldn't you? It just wouldn't be proper to not be married. I mean, if you think about it, Kitsubine, it was a lighthouse for a very brief period of time. Yeah, Ulrich got shot. The Miller and Hannah are burned to death. And we burned to death. Andreas burned to death. They mentioned in passing in one of the earlier dialogues that Peter died, but that didn't happen on camera, and I haven't got more info about it yet. Hi, Magda. Hello, Christina. What are you doing today? Helping Mom. Mats is right. You're really pretty. Thank you, Christina. You're really pretty, too. Hee hee. Thank you. Don't tell. It's a secret. I'll keep it a secret. Haha. You're funny. Hello, Eva. Magda, darling. Otz isn't here, I'm afraid. I wasn't looking for him. God damn. Stop playing matchmaker with me and Otz. No? Are you sure? I think he wandered off towards the rat house. Something about the council, but if you ask me, I think he's looking for you. Does he do any real work? Oh, yes. He's always working on town council business these days, and he's still working at mastering carpentry, too. I suggested a few years ago he'd take up an apprenticeship, but he was determined to remain in Tossing. I think he's more comfortable here, even if that means he'll never be the craftsman Otto was. I help him how I can, but there's only so much I know how to do. Besides, I think he feels like he's taking care of me instead of the other way around. Funny how time does that. You ever miss Otto? Every day. I see him in the little things Otz does, the way he smiles or how he laughs. I miss my husband, but I'm proud of Otz. He's grown into a capable young man. That sounds like a metaphor, Blade Javal. We start off with so much promise and joy and happiness, and then we slowly rot as the world corrupts us into some twisted, misshapen heap of misery and pain, an organic sack of flesh hurtling towards oblivion. Appropriate music. Whoever he marries, she'll sure be a lucky woman. About that time to start finding a match, too. Wonderful that God blessed Endress with a wife at last, but I'd rather not have Otz be in his position. Better to marry earlier while he can raise a family. Anyway, I'm sure you have things to do. I'll let you get back to them. Ort says you've been obsessing with your painting. I'm looking into the first history part place. Mother Illuminata said your grandfather read about the history of the town? Ah, fertile fields, that is. Seems like the old pot shards and Latin trivia were all he ever talked about. All Granddad's readings came from the Abbey's library, though. You know what happened there. Poof. So you don't have any of his old books? Only a few. Granddad tried to buy some when the Abbey fell on hard times, but they were too expensive. But I can show you something better than books. Okay. We don't have the books of the pagans, but we do have their stuff. Shards of ceramic pots and animals, bricks from what looks like to be an old forge, mountains of salt. I even found a little bear carved from amber. Where'd you find all that stuff? It's not just me. Carl finds too. Fabian, too. Any farmer would tell you the same. It's all out there in the fields under the dirt. Can't go one season without turning up something. Where are you keeping these things? Nowhere. We toss them into piles with the rest of the rocks and root clumps. Sure, it's interesting, but we can't do much of anything with all this stuff except look at it. What do you think it all means? I don't follow. How do you think these people lived? Rough, but comfortable. We don't find much of their clothes or their houses, so they must have rotted. I guess that means they were living in huts. Their tools are good quality. If they weren't rusted all to hell, I'd probably use them today. I don't know why, but I assume they live in caves or in the muck. They weren't Christians, no doubt about that, but they weren't animals. I'd say they had it hard, but they got by. Not so different from today, really. You mentioned salt? Were they in the mind? Hard to say. Most people think it was a Roman project, but I think the Romans just dug out what was already there. That's why tossing is so important to the Romans in the first place. Salt. I always wondered why they'd settle in such a small alpine town. Think there's anything left of the pagans down there? I don't know, but anything they left would have been better preserved than what we dig out in the fields. Magdalene, tell me you aren't thinking of going down there. What if there's stuff there? Magdalene, your mind is hundreds of years old. You could break your neck just getting in there. You're an idiot. Well, sure, but imagine how your dad would feel if he got hurt. He doesn't have to know. You won't tell him, right? I'm not lying to your father so you can put yourself in harm's way. You're a clever girl, so I don't doubt you'll find a way in if you set your mind to it. But I can't help you. It'll break your father's heart if something happened to you. Alright, fine. Thanks for the help. Glad to help. You think this pagan stuff will make it the mural? I can bring some of the things around the boys and I found over at Rat House tomorrow if it'll help. That'd be great, thank you. I'm glad you're taking an interest. I thought nobody cared about the pagans, but me and my granddad. I should warn you, if you do head into the forest, keep an eye out for the Lord's men. They're strict, worse than they used to be. Right. Okay, so we already went up there. We already went there. We already went over there. So I think that's everywhere in this part of town. And this is just up here, right? Yes. Yeah, we've already been up here. Have not seen Ursula. And this is us. Yeah, okay. Uh, 20 years? 18 years? They give the exact time earlier. I just don't remember it right now. Aw, neither have anything to say. Oh, whatever. Hi, Ursula. Magdalene, can I help you with something? Not really, unless you can tell me a story about the early history of Ben Smack. Thank you, Ben Smack. Always appreciate. And as usual, if you want to put that towards the 3 things, please let me know. No, I know nothing of those times. I used to sometimes borrow books from your dad, but what's the point? Of reading? Of anything. I'm just dead weight for Paul and Anna. I never should have escaped the mill. What kind of life is a sad and tired shell of a woman? Forever alone, carrying the weight of death. Leave me be, please. Okay. Cool. Good morning, Magdalene. How's the mural coming along? Well, I think I'm off to paint the first part of the mural today. I'll paint the foundings of Tossing and the Romans. You won't want for any models. Tossing is littered with Roman ruins. It's almost a nuisance. So what murals are you creating, Magdalene? I believe Klaus is planning on a fresco. I'll start with the intonatio, then paint the fresco over it so I have a clear consistency. Ah, I see. Do you have enough plaster? The rat house hall is so large, I was worried it wouldn't stay wet for long. Since when did the town miller know so much about art? It's been an interest of mine since childhood, but my father disapproved. After Mother and I left Tosting, we stayed with her family for a few months before we heard what happened. Your father's friend Andreas, he encouraged me to draw. While we were away, I studied in my uncle's library. We've collected books about various art styles since we returned. Why didn't you want to paint it yourself, then? I'm not nearly as skilled as you or your father. I know I had my doubts about you taking the project, but you're the most skilled artist in Tossing. After your father, of course. Anyway, I'm glad the mural's going well. Forgive my sudden question. I'm so busy preparing for the council's next meeting, I haven't had much time with Anna as usual. She says I get a bit frantic when I'm overwhelmed. You're working on something? We're considering yearly maintenance checks in every house in Tossing. The idea's had quite a bit more pushback than we'd anticipated. Option 3 is, I can't imagine why. I'd certainly love it if my neighbors nose their way into my house every year. New ideas always face some kind of opposition. You probably shouldn't let that stop you, because it's maintenance on infrastructure. God. I understand the hesitation. Folks like to look after their own home, their own land, except it's not their land. You're peasants. Filthy little peasants. Ugh. 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 But does not protect those in tossing who don't have the skill to fix things themselves. Widows like Agnes regret. In any case, the matter's far from resolved. I imagine the spring will come before anything's actually done. I'd better get back to work. Thank you for letting me interrupt your day. God bless. Is it their house? You know, honestly, probably not. But I don't know how legal ownership works in this kind of a setup. Because there wasn't really much of a standard. It was more like, you filthy, dirty peasants go over there. Leave me alone. But do everything I tell you to at all times. Or die. Why is this not on random? Oh, that's why. There we go. God, Plato, I wasn't going to make that joke, but... Hello, Magda. You wouldn't happen to be going to the convent? No. Why? Never mind, then. Is everything alright? No, it's fine. I'm thinking about joining the Poor Clarisse. Or the Poor Claires, or how we say that. I never expected Martha to become a sister. She's always been so timid. Sure. Carl seems need help with others, and she seems unsure. Why? Be honest. What do I have to look forward to? With Dad's injury and me unwanted at 25. Older than all the boys in town. Yeah, oh, unwed. Sorry, unwed at 25. Yeah, guys, she's ancient at 25. This reminds me of that awful, awful Christmas cake concept, which I hate. They don't see me as a sister, they see me as a mom. And what Dad does, and when Dad dies, not anytime soon, I won't be able to claim the farm. Lose my home. With Anton gone, there's nobody to take it over. I'm not sure what the life expectancy was at this era, in this part of the world. Because it's varied several times historically. Leftover woman. Oh my god. I mean, this is what I want to say, but it won't change anything, because it's not like we can just change the law. So, are you sure this will really make you happy? It'll bring me closer to the Lord. Shouldn't we all want that? Why not withdraw from the trials of the world? You know as well as I do it's not safe out here. God, I don't know. You must do more! I wish I were more like you, Magda. But I don't have your passion. I don't even know what I want from life. I wake up, take care of Dad, go to church, and sleep. I can't imagine what else there could be. Mood. I just exist. Not enough. But joining the Poor Clarisse is a lifelong commitment. I don't know if I'm ready for that. You can always leave. Why are you making me choose this? Sure, join the sisters, whatever. Oh my god. Well, I could leave tossing entirely, find a suitable husband. It'd be daunting, but it's possible. Just because I don't have prospects in tossing doesn't mean I can't find some elsewhere. I don't want to give up the rest of the world just yet. Besides, I still have Dad to take care of. If I joined the order, he'd be on his own. I don't think it's the right time for me to join poor Claris. Maybe someday, but not yet. Thanks for talking. I got a lot in my mind. Yeah, we apparently reverse psychology and heard into that. Which I'd love to say I did on purpose. I'm happy with it. But, you know. God bless Magdalene. God bless Sister Gertrude. Doing all right, Father Thomas told me about your father's attack. You're incredibly courageous to run to Dr. Stoll so quickly, especially when the attacker could have been about. I had to do something. Even if whoever attacked Dad was still there, I had to do something. My God, act. Lord was with you that night. I'm grateful you're not in harm's way. There's an extra votive candle. Small candles lit during prayer in churches symbolizing a specific offering or request on behalf of the prayer giver. In St. Satia's shrine for each of you this morning. Yeah, he's gonna die. Might have some psyllium left in the herb hut. If you blend it with broth or warm wine, it'll heat his brain and prevent infection. Thank you, Gertrude. Church is the body of Christ, Magdalene. We're all one community, and I want to help Klaus before his time. God will turn this for good, no matter what things look like now. He sees beyond time itself, but we are constricted by the present. I've been around long enough to see fruits, even when I thought the devil would burn the fields. Keep faith. Yeah, sure. I haven't seen her act. That's a valid point, Blade to Fall. Maybe I should start deliberately reverse psychologying people. That would be awesome, hazardous. It's just, as we're just playing, and in the background you do see someone going, "Aah!" And that's it. That's all it is. Do you have a moment? Sure, what's up? I had heard you had taken up the mural after your father's terrible attack. Yeah. Your enthusiasm and insistence is most troubling to some people in town. Some people? Yes, Magdalene, myself included. I understand how you must have struggled with your mother passing while you were so young. Without a maternal figure to guide you, it's no wonder your spirit has wandered and wavered from its nature. What? The pursuit of such trades is not for women, but men. As Paul writes, God calls women to work at home, not in trades. Misogyny is God's will, okay? You gotta understand, women are lesser than men because... I need a really dumb excuse for this. Help me out. Yeah, I'm adding her to the list. What the crap, Francisca? Because cooties! Because cooties! Don't you understand? Women have cooties! Hang on. There we go. They have cooties! Don't you understand? Well, supporting your father's lot while taking on his work is imprudent. There are plenty of young men in Tassing worthy of you. Or perhaps you have a different calling. I'd like to offer you a place here among the sisters. Saint Hildegard wrote music and books as a woman. That never stopped her. Why should it stop me? Saint Hildegard was the chosen of God and survived many years in trials and illness. Would you follow her sacrifice? I think I'm going through enough trials as is. Thanks. Careful that you do not test the Lord, my lady. Pride goes before the fall. Think of my offer. Oh, I will. Christ. And rarely do I mean that as literally. John the Baptist, prophet and forerunner of Jesus Christ, as his name suggests, he was responsible for baptizing Jesus. He was beheaded at the command of Herod Antipas. Oh yeah, we're still bleaking it up. What's funny is, the bleakness has shifted a little bit. Have you noticed that? Because the bleakness is currently, we're playing a woman in the 1600s. Like, have you caught that? By the way, thank you, Esmeralda. Like, the tone and undercurrent, the way people treat us, has completely changed. Which makes sense. Not only were we a man earlier, but we were a wealthy man earlier. Hey, Magdalene. Paula, what you doing? Looking for frogs? Artemis says she saw one the other day, and we're trying to collect a bunch. What do you need frogs for? Like I'll tell you. You'll snitch. I didn't snitch when you ruined Baltus' new clock by pouring honey on the gears. Hey, how'd you know that was us? I'm clever too, you know. Besides, who else would it be? Come on, tell me. Sorry. Can't risk this one. Well, whatever. We're not doing the Great Frog Plague of 1543. There's the year. I mean, yeah, pretty much hazardous. Yeah, Artemis and Apollo. We also talked to their mother, who mentioned that Father Thomas does not approve of their names. Their names are heretical, after all. Alright, so, we've talked to everyone in town. Down we go. And there's the time warning. With double confirmation, even. This is a great playlist, but now we're going down into the depths. If she's ever going to be done doing this animation that she's still doing. Oh my god, this is taking a weirdly long period of time. Hang on, 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 hang on. There we go. Yeah, that looks stable. And we're dead. Of 15 diseases. Breath of Fire 3, actually. And fume poisoning. Yeah. What different coins down here? How odd. It's not like this is a Saint's Well. Oh, a tablet. They're still writing on it. Oh, it's a poem. I think it's a love note. I would have chucked this down a mine shaft, too. Wow. That's cute. Looks like a large version of Valtris' contraptions. This winch must have been attached to some sort of hauling and pulley system. Fascinating. And she's dead. Bones. Too big to be human. That's what we in the business call a bad sign. Ooh, okay. Figurines. There's so many remnants of our ancestors scattered in fields and caves like this. More pottery? This pottery's all hairy. Hey, Mr. Red. Yeah, this is just Saddam Hussein just hanging out in here. Breath of Fire 3, von Falkenstein. Latin inscription. Tasia, give me water, or Pluto, preserve me. The salt is drying me to death. It sounds like working down here was pleasant. In a salt mine? don't that just beat all? Ah! A Roman map of tossing. I wonder what's changed. The aqueduct in the spring. The abbey was at the old fort. Yep, yep. And there's the rest of the town. Wait, what's this building? I don't recognize it. Mithraeum. I don't recognize that word. I can't quite tell if it's labeled on the map. Maybe it's a temple? Whatever, it's not in Tassing now. It's odd. Another description. Not very formal. Latest' soul descended in the Mithraeum. My soul will descend in this damned hall of salt. That's rough. Mithraeum must have been important to the Romans. Yeah, there's this word that keeps showing up in all these written works. Skywalker. Skywalker. These people must have had a very deeply religious experience to believe that people could actually walk in the sky. We must study these ancient tombs even more. This looks like an altar, but why would an altar be doing in a salt mine? It's carved out of salt. Also, is this still salt down here? Because this could still be really valuable. Just point that out. Come on, game. There's more pottery. More Latin. If we cannot enter the Mithraeum, we will make our own altars of the gods. So there's a temple. Huh, never heard the word before. I found a lot of these pottery bushes. I should see if they're all from the same pot. Okay. Okay. What else we got? No, don't. Okay, whatever. It could be down, though. In fact, I think it is down. Well, it has to be here, then, if it's down. I don't know. It could be here. No, it can't. I don't know. When did pepper come into common usage? Ah! God damn it, game. That's true, Jesse's mask. Reminds me of an argument I hear semi-frequently when I bother to point out how wrong or unjust things are in past historical points, usually in fiction. And there's always at least one person who yells at me for saying that I'm in the wrong for daring to judge them from a modern perspective. Not an argument I particularly agree with, if it's not obvious from my tone, but one I hear all the time. So it has to be this one. This has to go here. Oh, God damn it. Why do you do this, game? Which means this has to go here. Like so. So that's locked in. Yeah, this is definitely not the piece that goes here. I'll go up there for a sec. Yikes. What's funny is I most commonly hear that defense of slavery itself. And I'm like, you're actually going to sit here and argue with me that slavery was cool because most people thought it was cool back then. Like that's really the argument you're making. I just want to be sure so I can never listen to anything you ever have to say ever again. Yeah, listen, it's not wrong if other people do it. That's actually one of the big fallacies. I forget which one. Hey, Judo Joker. There we go. Hmm. Yeah, if it's not obvious, I try to avoid this topic like the plague because, in my experience, most people, not any of you, just most people, do not have the ability to actually talk about this topic and not descend into a shrieking chorus. Hmm. Listen, if there's one thing I've learned about human society, it's that there's two factions in every situation ever, ever, ever. There's us, and then there's them. This painting must have depict an early myth, even before the Romans. Let's see, this must be Percha, and those are the wild forest spirits, part of the wild hunt. Next part looks like human sacrifice. Someone may be a chieftain sacrificing man to Percha. Man, I don't know. The bottom half of the lid continues the story. These look like spirits. They must be coming in to feast on the sacrifice. That must be how our ancestors tried to keep tossing safe. They offered sacrifices. This is awful. We'll paint this. Oh yeah, sorry. Back to the cave. Well, I guess we're done. So, let's see if we can figure out what Smith's Ram is. Yeah, Father Thomas would love this. It's fine. Oh, well, hang on. Who's that? Hello? Someone there? Better get out of the shaft before another rock comes crashing down. The murderer is murdering again, as is their wont. I mean, it's Father Thomas. We know it's Father Thomas. He's either finally decided to bloody his own hands, or he's convinced yet another person to start murdering on his behalf. Who was that? Ah, well, I'm sure it's not an issue at all. Someone just tried to murder my dad and is now trying to murder me. Cool. He might also be completely insane at this point. Now that I have some information, I can make some decision on the first section of the mural. Oh, I guess I'm just locked in. Okay. Except we're still here. Okay, whatever. You. Yes? I'm Holler Bront, Lord's gamekeeper. Why are you grazing pigs in the woods? I'm not. That's not my pig. Do I look like I raise pigs? I've been walking around this forest for hours. Other than the charcoal burner and the tinker, the only I've seen. I just want to be. What are you doing here? I was in the salt mine. Wait, what? Wait, I don't care. Just tell me whose pig this is. Don't know. It was in the woods when I came here. Mysterious lost pig. Apparently belongs to no one. If I find any more pigs in these woods, I'll kill them on the spot. And those who brought them here. You understand? Good. So about that bleak thing. Mind your neighbors what happens when you break the Lord's laws. Nice people. And a colossal waste of meat. Do you know how much meat is on a frickin' pig? This story's terrible, Junior. I hate this game. 0 out of 10. Wait, I'm gonna give this game the worst possible score I could. 7 out of 10. It's a really good game. But you know what would really make this game awesome for me? If right at the last minute, the game just gives us a minigun with infinite ammo. And all of a sudden, like, the whole game just kind of pauses, and then and it switches to first-person view, and we just go through. That, I would give, like, 20 positives for, on the spot. Just... Hey, Father Thomas! For some reason, Brother Gernot, who's left the city at this point, just walks back in. He's like, hey, what's up? Oh no, you have to unlock the flamethrower. You gotta earn it. You can't give the player everything. It's true, Todd Howard didn't show up in Good morning, Ross. Someone would be like, a woman cannot possibly handle the kickback of a gun. And like in mid-conversation, you just bisect them with the bullets. Like a chainsaw. You know, that's a good point. A truly good game would make you fight a Deathclaw with a power armor and a minigun in the first 10 minutes of the game. You know what's really funny? I've talked about this before, but to reiterate my opinion very briefly, I don't actually think that was a mistake. I think they did it wrong, to be clear. I think they executed it wrong, but a taste of power is a very valid thing to do in an RPG. They either should have done it before the bombs fell, which would have worked a little bit better, or do it in a way so we don't actually get the power armor and the gun, right? So it's like, and it just shuts down, right? It's like, ah, crap. And then it gives us a quest. Literally or metaphorically. Now we have the idea, well, this is what we want to build back up to. And we can find parts and expertise and people and materials and maybe some of all those resources we can get during the town building and the caravan mechanisms in order to slowly build the thing back up so we can get our power armor back, right? That would have worked. That would have rocked. But instead, they just give us the power armor and it's like, here you go. And it's like, Okay. I just sigh heavily. What? Oh, right. Magdalene. Sorry. Anyway, Magdalene, how's the mural coming? Doesn't look like much yet. No, it doesn't look like anything right now. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Fix the battery problem. That was always so stupid. Like, God, that was just... Oh, that was dumb. I only finished priming the wall. Now I have to decide what to depict. It's hard to piece together the history of tossing when it happened so long ago. Since the Abbey Library burned, I can learn around stories. Even what I can find about the Romans and pagans was obscure. I had to go into the old salt mine to find anything. At least now I know what to paint for the first part of the mural. So, what is it? Well, thank you, Smoke-a-Tie Bud. Appreciate you. The music agrees, apparently. Appreciate the kind thoughts. You're always more than welcome. I stream a lot. I stream about 10 hours a day. Or excuse me, 9 hours a day. 7 days a week. So you can pretty much always find me here. We're playing The Messenger next. I think we'll use the pottery and tools. Let's do that. I'm sure Father Thomas will approve, but I don't know. It sounds kind of boring. So what made you choose this story anyway? It's the strongest connection to our farmers, the things they found. It's the most real thing we've got. That makes sense. Other stories might feel like they don't really have anything to do with us. Thanks for explaining it. You're welcome. Now that I figured out this portion of the mural, I better start thinking about the next section. I'll leave you to it. Magdalene. Good night, Odds. Good night, Magdalene. Oh, and I'm never having sex with you. Bye. Now that I've decided how to depict Tassing's early history, I should decide how to depict Kirsau's history. Mother Illuminata's letter mentioned a Matthew... French name. Used to be a brother in Kirsau. She said she knew a great deal about the Abbey's history. I should write him. Oh, and I have to write Esther's letters. I should write them now before I go to bed. Oh, I should read that book Brigida gave me. Yes, let's do all of those things. Can we actually just go to sleep? Oh my god, that's good. That's a really good question. We're not going to sleep, don't worry, but it does allow us to. Got it. Dad's still dying. Cool. Yeah, give us some money. Super Mario Galaxy 2. Late Duval. I believe this is the final act, Ross. Oh, yeah, hang on. We need like a reading music. Do I have reading music? Sure. When the Romans, having conquered the town, built up the walls around it, they established many temples there. It's harder to read than I thought. The book isn't in great shape either, since it's been sitting in a farmer's house for so long. Let's see. Here's a section about the various dedications erected in the town. That might be easy to read. Ergo simulacrum in agre ut Mars nostrum imperium conspiciat. I raise a vision in a field so that Mars may behold our work. Sedit Diana, the virgin Roman goddess of the hunt and wilderness. Diana is also associated with fertility, the moon, and the underworld. Locos scateriginosus ipsa. Diana sat a place with water oozing up from herself. Gross! Oramus ut defendat opidum. Let us pray so that he or she may defend the town. If this makes any sense. Maybe someone with better Latin than me can help me read it. This book's so big, though, it'd take a lot of work. I can ask Sister Gertrude or Baltus. Werner, too. He's better at Latin than anyone else in the town. Maybe even Father Thomas. No. Chances are slim they could help, but it might be worth asking about. I should finish writing my letter first. Mother Illuminata told me that Matthew knew some of the Abbey's early history. He's the Archdeacon of Sion now. I should write him before the snows come. I'll write Esther, too. Yeah, hey, Father Thomas, do you see this book? Murder, 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 murder. Negatives to a map in Warcraft 3. Not counting story, just on gameplay. The closest... What's the difference, Luke? And I gotta figure out what he's asking. Most revered Matthew. My name is Magdalene. We're creating a mural. We want your history. Mother Illuminata told me about you. I understand you're a busy man, but we most appreciate any information you can give us. If you must know of any places where we might learn of the Abbey's history, we'd appreciate it. Thank you for your help and consideration. Magdalene. Esther. Please forgive me for not writing sooner. I don't know where to begin. The whole world seems crumbling around me. Even after my last letter was en route to you, the dad was attacked in the workshop in the middle of the night. He survived, God, but his injuries are terrible. I worry about him. He's so dizzy he can't get out of bed. Some days his eyes become foggy and his memory fails him. Dr. Stoltz says he's not going to recover, and it's only a matter of time before he succumbs. He's going to do the best he can to make things comfortable. I'm glad he's here to help. I have no idea who could have attacked my father or why. It's totally Father Thomas. I don't know. All it said was stop. It wasn't from the shop because the script was written in the most elaborate hand I've ever seen. No one in Tazing had the skill in such script as far as I know, except for Father Thomas. Anyway, I won't have time to wonder about it. I've had my hands full running the workshop alone while tending Dad. More, the council intends to cancel the mural entirely. Had a hell of a time convincing them to let me paint it instead. They made a fuss about me being too young, or not experienced, or not strong, or, being a woman. You know how it is. I can't wait to leave this place. Maybe it's coming a winter, but tossing feels more and more cramped. Not enough of everyone asking me about the mural and doubting my skill. Working on the mural's been a welcome distraction from the naysayers and my chores. And worrying about Dad. Otz has been coming under the pretense of helping me prepare my paints, too. I wish he'd stop. He's not subtle and his flirting is annoying. I'd like to have the whole mural finished by Christmas if I can. I just want to finish it in time for Dad to see it. It means so much to him. Yeah, that's a vibe. Dr. Stoltz is right. I don't know how long he'll have. Hope you're faring better than we are here. All my love. Magda. Probably Dakota. No, not at all, Loke. I'm apparently really stupid today. But if you're specifically meaning, does any map have any negative to story? I'd have to think about that. Probably. It's a Blizzard game. They are well known for their negatives to story. No, seriously. Diablo 3 and StarCraft 2 both had net positives to story. But emphasis on the word net. I can't even go into that house. Blizzard's good at stories in spite of themselves. That's a good way to put that. Having just played Diablo 3 again last week, it is shocking how good that game's story is, considering how bad its plot is. Ugh. You know, I feel like there's nothing I can actually do at night. I should probably just go back to bed. Hey, Aleph. At the moment, we are a woman in the 1600s. Best story with bad plot. Sorry, 16th century. I hate that terminology, by the way. I always have, and I always will. Can we just call it the 15th century and 1500s, rather than 16th century and 1500s? Can we just... Anyways, I'm sorry. God, yeah, no, that's... I don't think I could pick an absolute best. Because, yeah, there's a lot of games. Even if I just limit myself to games, there's a lot of games with pretty bad plots that are really solid on story. Oh God, Magister. What I call the first century? The aughts. That's easy. Same thing we call it now in real life. Mid-aughts, early aughts, late aughts. Aught century. Done. Easy. Moving on. Well, 1550 is in the 1500s and the 16th century. Same thing. I think. I might be getting that reversed, because I hate it. Oh, sorry. Story versus plot. Do you see these visuals in the background? Do you see the yarn there? There's a picture up on the wall. All of that stuff, right? All of that is story. In Diablo 3, as you progress through Act 2, and you're going through it, there's a noblewoman who you can meet up on the side. She doesn't have a quest or anything. She's just a noblewoman you can talk to. And as you go through Act 2, she has different things to say as she goes through an entire story arc. She was one of the nobles who was kicked out of the palace, along with all the rest of the nobles in Act 2. And she comes to accept that and embrace that. At one point, she even goes out and pretty much specifically lays herself out in hopes that someone will murder her. But no one did. And so she decides, well, since my life has been spared by the people of this little town, I guess I will have to do what I can and continue forward. She sells off all her clothing, you know, all her rich, fancy stuff, gets some regular traveling robes, and says she's going to go on the road. That's story. But it has nothing to do with the plot of Act 2. The plot of Act 2 is following the Coven and then going after Belial and trying to procure the Black Soulstone. That's the plot of Act 2. Does that make sense? Plot is one very narrow thread of a work's story. It is the primary sequence of events that are going through, you know, the central pillar, the MSQ, if you will. Story is everything. Everything that is part of the story axis is covered under story. It's true, Yura! I'm stupid and dumb. Wait, what am I wrong about? Whee! Okay, we're moving forward a little bit to mid-November. Late November. Absolutely, Lieutenant Leroy Jenkins. First, thank you for asking. But second of all, you are more than welcome to. I do hope you have fun doing it. Mistress Druckerun. Druckerun? God, I don't know. A few more letters for you. They're all one letter. Take care. First letter's from Reverend Matthew. Oh, hang on. Let's change the song. Brother Matthew, you were okay, but you never did give me my money, did you? Oh, wait, no, he did. He gave me his money. So we'll give him a song I think perfectly fits his particular predilections. Points if you get it. Also, I believe if Bragwin is present, she might not be. She can get you a Discord invite. Smoke a Tide Bud. Mr. Struckeren, I was not acquainted with your family during my years at Curacao. Even so, I remember your father was one of the townsfolk who prevented the peasantry from burning us alive. Yeah, oh, his boyfriend's right there. He's right there behind him. I'm not overly inclined to assist the people of tossing their endeavors to catalog the origins of the abbey they destroyed. However, it was a long time ago. In the interest of posterity and Christian charity, I will tell you what I recall. Sometime after the Romans left, the Christians settled into the region and built Curacao Abbey on the ruins of a fortress. The abbey was founded by a noblewoman of the Curacao family. She was both its patron and its first abbess. Perhaps 2 centuries ago, Curacao changed to being run by an abbot. I do not know the reason, but many other double monasteries did likewise around the same time. It may have been done out of fear of being shut down, as double monasteries were frowned upon by the Pope. Yes, I did, Aleph. Sadly, that's the extent of my knowledge. Your neighbors put any other records on the abbey to the torch. Sic arsit historia. Thus burned the history of Curacao. While we cannot change the past, I have heard the Sisters of Poor Claris have formed a new chapter of the abbey. I can only hope their love of the apostolic poverty has not driven them to impoverish the shrine of St. Moritz. Assuming they are not consigned the contents of Curaçao's former occupants to a bonfire, you may find something there. Hope this has been of some help to you and yours. God keep and protect you. Snarky letter. Correct, Brigham. Please and thank you. Oh, Magdalene. Wait, hang on. We got to change songs for her. So she's a woman in the 15th century? God, I don't even know at this point. In 1543. So we have to come up with a very appropriate song for her. By the way, the joke of the earlier song was that was the Rainbow Road for Brother Matthew. This is also a joke song. If you can get it, then you get points. I'm terribly sorry to hear about your father. My parents sent their deepest condolences. We can provide anything from Prague. You need only send the word. I know we're further away than it is easy to travel, but I'll see if we can do what Hashem allows. Literally, the name in Hebrew. This is a way to refer to God indirectly in informal conversations or in writing. Father says he remembers no one who would want to harm your father. At the night I was born, he remembers great strife in the town. Perhaps there's old blood over depicting the night of the revolt? That is all he could suggest. We pray for you and your father every day in our offerings. Hashem will make things right in time. He will exact justice on the culprit. I'm encouraged to hear the town council let you continue the mural at all. The guilds here would protect your right to complete a job, especially once a contract has been reached. You'll like Prague, much better than Tossing, I think. Truly, I cannot wait for you to visit. I've only seen Prague in like one game ever, and that was Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Good game, by the way. Great game, in fact. Actually, it's probably my favorite Deus Ex game, but I can't say that out loud because then people will kill me. I'm glad you have found some joy in your work on the mural in the meantime. We're all well here. Alicia has been carving a new set of wood cuttings, and Father's agreed a new contract with the university. I found Simund. His family didn't move far away after all. He's planning on working as a doctor in the city once the expulsion order ends. His parents have been meeting with Mother and Father quite often now, so I hope I'll be sending good news in my next letter, with Hashem's help. Please inform us of your father's condition in your next letter. Be well, Esther. I know, Cashel. The biggest flaw of Mankind Divided, in my opinion, is it's clearly part one of a story, which wouldn't really be that bad if we would ever get part two, and we never will. By the way, the name of this song is People Who Threw Away the Will to Live. Good morning, Magdalene. I'm here on time. I hope you're well. Well enough. How's my dad? That's what we're about to discuss. How are you feeling, Klaus? This fever broke at dawn this morning. That's good news, right? All things in time. If you still feel weak, the dizziness has not receded. My head continues to spin whenever I try to sit up or stand up for too long. Occasionally, I'm struck with sudden and severe headaches. The damage runs deeper than I first thought. Let me be honest here with both of you. I am worried. Circumstances are not unfolding to our benefit. Klaus, your health is not mending. Perhaps it's due to your age, perhaps... We have passed numerous critical days with no change for the better. Meanwhile, the winter draws close and I am running low on medical supplies. If the roads into the town likely snowed in, especially the pass, the supply shipments will not arrive for months. Could you ask Gertrude for help? Hang on, really quick. Thank you, Zalir. Always appreciate those subs. Thank you. Whatever happened to Troika Games? The Arcanum people? Arcanum, if you prefer. No more positive praise. I can't deal with positive praise. But much appreciate. And if you want to put the towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Zendala forever. Yeah, their doors officially closed in 2005, but that doesn't really answer the question I was asking. But it sounds like Aleph answered my question. People folded into other places, including Obsidian, which is no surprise there. Only once so far, Jesse's Mask. Just one. And that is pretty unusual. Oh, I didn't know Boyarski was working on Outer Worlds. That makes sense, though. Have you asked Gertrude? I have. Yeah. Things must really be dire. They are not insignificant. It's been a difficult year. Even with the patrols in Bavaria, many merchants have been struck by bandits. French troops have periodically raided the western holdings of the Empire. With the fall of... God, I don't know how to say this. With the fall of Bob and Bob II to the Ottoman Turks, many trade routes to the east have been cut. Fair, Jesse's Mask. The pillage of Nice by Barbarossa's corsairs and the losses in Italy have put us in a predicament in the south. As always, we suffer from the wars of others. Yeah. So, what do we do now? Plus is to continue with rest with a healthy diet. I will see what I can find in the library. I already had a copy of Vasulis' De Humani Corporis Fabrica. In the meantime, pray. Let's take my leave. I'll come by next week. Thank you, Dr. Stoltz. Thank you. I'm only doing what I meant to do for this town. Stay out of trouble, Magdalene. He worries. I'll be fine. You want anything to eat before I leave? I'm working on the next section of the mural today. I'm not so hungry. I'll be alright. Your letter from the Archdeacon. That's right. What'd you learn from him? He seemed very snarky. How unfortunate. I know my brothers kept careful records of the monastery. So much lost in one night. The Archdeacon did suggest that poor Clares might have some records of the convent. An excellent place to start. Sister Gertrude doesn't think come out of the convent much, but I think it's worth asking. Maybe Father Thomas knows something. I should talk to him. Yes, we should go talk to the devil. If I recall correctly, the miller's wife has a long history with the Tassing. Maybe something of local history that is forgotten. Else? I thought she had moved. I thought she moved here when she was married. She doesn't have any relatives in town. Not anymore. Age, illness, and marriage took the rest of her family. But the Cavizels used to live all up and down this valley. Go talk to her, huh? Okay, Dad. Maybe something remained in the Abbey's ruins. Be careful, those ruins are dangerous. I'm just gonna take a peek. Alright, wear a scarf. It's getting cold. Don't worry, Dad. Good luck. Yes, let's go talk to Father Thomas. Wow, Schmeidolf. Listen, I'm going to show him my book, Von Falkenstein. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to do it. Oh, sorry, wrong playlist. Since we're approaching winter, I actually have a winter playlist. Hello, Clara. Thank you again for helping me look after the house. I can't tell you how much more time this gives me to work on the mural. Oh, it's no trouble. You have your hands full as it is. I know Dad really enjoys the company while I'm working, too. Ah, yeah, he sleeps most of the day, but he's in good spirits whenever I drop in on him. You two keep a clean house, too. Well, aside from the workshop, but I can't blame you for that. I've left that to you to take care of. I don't want to damage any of your supplies. Thank you, Clara. Truly, you've been a blessing to us both. Oh, you're such a dear. God bless. Thank you for helping around the house, Clara. I appreciate it. To sleep! No. I need to look this up. I'm sorry. I know this is delaying the stream, but I don't care. I need to know. There is one speed run for Pentiment. 3 hours, 40 minutes, 11 seconds. One. Oh, I'm wrong. There's 2 runs by the same person. One is any percent, and the other's all achievements. Wow. I was going to say, this is the kind of game you could route quite a bit. And routing usually draws speedrunners, but apparently not. That would be such a horrible mechanic. So as Andreas, you go around and, you know, eat with people. And as Magdalene, you go around and sleep with people. So we're putting that towards the Kingdom Hearts block. Beat 'em up block. And Dragon Quest 6. You got it. Thank you again, Zeliers. I hope dinner is quite good. Yeah, and then it's like, hey, and then it goes to black, and then you have conversations, which gets you I wouldn't put that in a game. This game's already controversial enough. No need to dip our toes into that. Hi, Ots, bye, Ots. Okay. Did you see froggies on Sunday? They were everywhere, weren't they? I've never seen so many together before. Father Thomas was so angry, but I think it's funny. Mommy says the twins did it, and they're an example of children who don't follow the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments don't say anything about frogs, do they? I don't think so. Does that mean they won't get in trouble with God? Eh. Oh, good. I like them, even if the adults have to scold them. Mom scolds me sometimes, too, when I do something bad. So I try to listen to her and behave and say prayers. You're a smart girl, Christina. Thanks, Magda. Mommy says so, too. I noticed that, Jesse's mask. What kind of coffee is this? Yeah, I think Turkish coffee is a good wording for this. Well, let's take the south route. Just talk to everyone while we're here. Hello, Magdalene. Hello, Hans. Did you need something? Just want to see what you're doing. I was about to leave. I have to go meet Big York soon. Why? Stuff in the forest needs doing. You worried about the Lord's Warden? Let's see why. We're not doing anything wrong. We're just carrying logs. Why would you do that? You lift big logs to see who's stronger. It's a contest. Does anyone else participate in this contest? Not usually. There aren't too many others in tossing strong enough other than Big York. Simon's big like Sepp was, but he's not interested. Too loud. He's always busy taking care of the farm. Maybe Apollo can join us one day. He's getting stout the last few years. Who's winning so far? Jorg, but barely. I've been gaining on him. He's growing older and softer with his council work. Let's see. Keeps a man hearty and vital, Dr. Stoltz says. Balances the humors. Told him to join us. I'm not... Do you have any small logs? Plenty of trees in the forest. We'll find you what you need. Maybe it'll put some meat on those bones. I'll think about it. Of course, forgot. I should get back to work. Till later. I remember one time reading up on what humors were to try and understand it. Failing. And then, to this very day, I couldn't tell you what humors were supposed to be. Now, what do they call it? Not vapors. Miasma. That one I can tell you about. That one makes sense. I know, right, Spartan? Medical technology is hilariously awful to research. In fact, I highly recommend you don't research medical technology of the olden days, because it's not pleasant. I like that too, Arspruce. Nobody wants to talk today. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a horrible combination of gross and awful. Madeline, can I help you? Hello, Dr. Stoltz. I have a book here. I was wondering if you could read it. If you bring it after Christmas, I might be able to help. I have too much to do right now. Okay. Sorry, Magdalene. Until later? Until then. Hello, Magdalene. Oh, ciao. Excuse me, you're Italian. Come stai? How are you? Come stai? Come stai? Bene, bene. Good, good. The winter's approaching quickly, no? What did you say here? A perk to pinching at your nose? Yes, that's the saying. Baltus has been explaining many of your funny Bavarian sayings to me. I must admit they're rather charming, even if the language is a bit rough to my tongue. Will you be staying and tossing long enough to learn more of our funny sayings? I should return to Genoa soon, but Baltus and I still have some business to conduct. It's taken longer than I anticipated to complete. His accounts are complex. I may be forced to remain a few more weeks. Dio, who knows? It must be difficult being so far from home for so long. Baltus has made me welcome. I'm in no particular rush. He's really good in bed. I only wish to return to Genoa before a heavy snowfall. Otherwise, my journey will take twice as long. I'll let you get back to work then. Grazie. Baltus, do you have a moment? Only one. What can I do for you? I came across a book. I was hoping you can help me read it. Oh, no. I'm far too busy. We have our hands full. Of course, sorry to bother you. Not at all. Sorry I can't be of more help. Okay. I already tried that. Oh yeah, let's read the Malus Maleficarum. Should go over well. Hey, Father Thomas. No, that's how we'll torture Father Thomas. We'll bind him around a chair so he can't move, and he can't cover his ears. And then we'll read the Malus Maleficarum to him. No. We'll read CoverGirl to him. I.J. Palmer. Hey, Madeline, come to admire how well-chiseled craftsman is the best? Oh, where? I can't see one. Ouch. I suppose I stepped into that one. You come to see the repairs I've been doing? Tell the truth, it's not going as well as I hoped. Seems to be the issue. I assumed I'd hit a snag when I hit the stone, or tools, or lack of skill, but it's more than that. It's like my head. I can't see the right way. Yeah, let's read him the teachings of Martin Luther. Besides, my dad wants me to help out on the farm more. I want to be there, but Grandpa taught me everything about the craft. He really wanted me to succeed, and I do enjoy the work. But it's as if I can't talk to the stone, you know? Not literally, but I can't see how the lines of tension flow through the rock. I understand how to form one thing from the other, how to create, how to make something that lasts, but Grandpa even offered to sponsor me. Grandma, excuse me, offered to sponsor an apprentice to the master stonemason. Dad will support me either way, but I still feel like I'm pulled in both directions at once, you know? Okay, so we're terrible at convincing people, obviously. So it's time to reverse psychology. Agnes is offering Craft a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The right master, he could really make something of himself. His family would be alright without him. Yeah, it's like the third thought bubble we've had total, Jesse's Mask. The other one was for the other person we were trying to convince, too. You can't live by the demands and rules of others, maybe. Yeah, that sounds reverse psychology-y. Isn't that we all do every single day? We live under the rules of God, we live under the demands of the Lord, we live under the wants of our parents. We're never free, but always tied to someone or something. But yeah, we always bend and break the rules. As you're doing with the mural. Yeah, it's a way to bring change, to move forward. This is hard, I don't know what to do. You should join your father on the farm. Yes! But I wouldn't be able to provide for my family that way. It's not what Lucky or Dad want me for either. If it's a risk, I love stonemasonry, and becoming a master craftsman would be the best way to take care of the family. I still grab my bit in my mind. I'll take the apprenticeship. Yes! Mission complete! Thanks for the listening to me, Magdalene. No problem. To be honest, I'd like to reuse stones from the ruins of the Abbey, but Father Thomas forbids it. Says it's unseemly. Ah! It's just quality stone going to waste. I don't get it. He's just being an idiot. A quick Alt F4, Magister. I don't understand Father Thomas sometimes. Stay well. Honestly, that was kind of a safe bet. My dice are terrible. And I've pretty much never been able to convince anybody of anything. Like, how many successful chance checks have I gotten? Total. Speaking of the devil... Hi, Father Thomas. God bless you. You have a moment? Of course. What can I help you with? I wanted to ask you about Tossing Saints. I'd like to represent them in the Rat House. I'm thrilled to hear it. The Saints will make a wonderful centerpiece for the murals. No, it's part of the history. Oh, of course. I consider our saints to be central to our history. Uh-huh. You know, there's one saint you're overlooking. Mary? Yes, well done. Many people forget that Mary is the greatest saint. She visited one of the peasants here in Tossing centuries ago. Oh, is that where the painting came from? An apparition? Yes, exactly. I heard about something similar happening in the mountains near Genoa. Mary appearing to a peasant. I believe it. Oh, the Blessed Virgin has appeared to many people all over Christendom. Centuries ago, a farmer in the fields behind us had 3 visions of Mary. And the first she told him she wanted him to tell the Bishop of Freising she appeared. Oh, damn it! The peasant traveled down to Freising, but the bishop would not see or hear him. The peasant returned to Tossing and had another vision of the field. The Virgin showed him a pattern, a labyrinth. She told him to draw it on a sheet of birch bark and bring the drawing to the Bishop of Freising. The bishop attempted to turn the peasant away, but he could see the drawing of the labyrinth in his hands. It was the same image the bishop had seen in a dream 3 nights earlier. He met with the peasant, who told him of 2 apparitions he had seen in Tossing. The bishop was moved by the peasant's story and came here to Tossing. Wait, the bishop came here? He did. It's the only time the bishop has ever come to Tossing. And when the bishop came, Mary appeared to both of them. She told the farmer that the town needed to build the church. She told the bishop to support the town. Okay. It's not a story I tell much anymore. I suppose the people here think of Maurice and Sasha, their connection to this place. Mary is such a core part of their prayers, they forget our particular Mary. But in any case, Our Lady's demands were clear, so the bishop helped fund the creation of the church. People of Tossing have been using it ever since. How do you know this story? I am not here. The people told me when I came. The former priest told me when they were children, and so on. The priest and the flock have shared the responsibility of passing on the story over the centuries. Thanks for the story. Have I convinced you to include the saints prominently in the mural? I am considering it. Oh, if its liberation fails you, perhaps you'll find the prayer gives you greater clarity. God bless. Uh-huh. Mary, Mother of Jesus. Strange to see her with a maze like this. I have a pretty decent head for geography, but ironically, I have a pretty bad head for names. So, you know. Those things kind of run into each other, is what I'm trying to say. Come on, game. Come on, game. There you go. Let's go meet Ursula. Hi, Ursula. Oh, she has something to say now. Hi, Magda. Need something? Maybe. I'm looking at the history of Tossing. Your grandpa said he told you something about the old ways. Can you recall anything? Of course. My grandfather taught me what he could remember. He told me that Attilia Bob knew more than he ever did. I think she was executed for the murder of the Baron all those years ago. What do you remember from your grandfather? Grandpa told me all sorts of charms and things to protect against evil. I imagine you're not interested in that. You're interested in Colgrim. It was Perkta who presented the forest, not St. John. God and his saints have dominion over the town and the abbey, but Perkta still watches over our wild places. Okay. I don't know if any of that's useful to you. Not at all. I'm glad Ursula told me all this, but I can't imagine Father Thomas approves. It'd be worse if an Inquisitor hears about this. Even if it isn't useful, it's interesting. Not everyone appreciates hearing about these things. You should be careful, Ursula. Why? Not everyone is as open-minded as I am. I just don't want you to get in trouble. Alright, I appreciate the concern. Thanks for your help, Ursula. Anytime. Until then. I've heard a rumor that there is a North America above the United States. It's called, like, Greenland or something like that. Magdalene, what brings you up the hill? I was actually hoping to ask some questions about your family. That's okay. The Mullers. I don't know a little about Lenhart's people, I'm afraid. Much of that I've heard from others. Lenhart didn't actually come to talk about the past because he was a horrible human being who deserved to burn to death. I meant your family, the one you were born to. No, Canada is just the United States again. Like you go New York, Moscow. Sorry, that's a joke nobody's going to get. Texas, California, Florida, Canada. Those are the states of the United States of America. Nobody remembers any of the other ones. Not a soul in town has asked me about my family in years. I was beginning to think my neighbors had forgotten us. Can I ask, how'd you come to know my family name? Dad mentioned it. He said you're the last of your family. I'm not surprised. Your father remembers the Cavaziels. Whatever. He was sweet on my sister before he met your mother. I'm the last of us left now. That doesn't sound like a local name. Why would it be? I'm Bavarian. It's my name, so it's a Bavarian name. No one else in town has a name like that. And shouldn't you be Cavazilin? I've always been called Cavazil, as were my sisters and mother and her mother before her. Tradition is all important. My grandfather told me the Cavazils have lived in this area for hundreds of years. Perhaps even 1,000, though it seems impossible to imagine so long an age. Were they Romans? No, the Cavazils were part of the old people. Oh, so they were pagans. They helped to resettle Tossing after the Romans left. Built their new home right in the spot where they'd been living when the Romans arrived. Doesn't seem that unlikely to you? Who can say? Why does a story need to be true? No comment. But at the same time, that just sounds like the, fiction doesn't need to be consistent argument. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. It matters I believe it, that it connects me to my ancestors. When I think of the ancient Cavazils driven from their land, only to find it again and become Christians, they feel nearer to me. Do you understand? No. Yeah, it doesn't matter whether you really remember. When I sing my sister's favorite songs to Ulrich, I may not know the words anymore, but that's alright. Just as I may not know exactly how the Cavazils resettled Tossing. What matters is I feel close to her and them, even though they're so far from me. I disagree with this so fundamentally. This is what stories are for, Magda. Now go, you've got a mural to complete. Thanks, Else. Inconsistent fiction that actually works. I mean, yes. All of it. Like 100% of fiction is inconsistent. There's plenty of good fiction out there. Ugh. If you mean like particularly inconsistent, that would probably be Star Trek at that point. Or Star Wars. Anna, how are you? Keeping busy. There's always plenty to do around the house. How's the mural coming? Paul mentioned your progress is quite impressive. I'll have to thank him. That's high praise for a councilman. Truth be told, he enjoys following your progress. I'll have to bring Andreas and Ulrich by sometime to see your progress. Don't get in your way, of course. I'm sure they'll love to hear about the process. You're all more than welcome, but watch your step. There's plaster everywhere. I've just mixed a new batch to keep the wall moist. It's hard to maintain the right texture when it's so cold out. I can imagine I had a similar problem when I helped my mother in the bakery. Rolling dough in the winter was such trouble. We had to throw out so many batches that wouldn't rise. Your discipline is admirable. You know, I was a real rascal back in the day. Skipped on working with my parents more times than I can count. St. Augustine of Hippo was an early Christian philosopher, theologian, and bishop of Hippo Regius. He is recognized as a doctor of the church and is most known for his works The City of God and his autobiographic Confessions, as well as the development of the doctrine of original sin. I can't imagine you making trouble. It's funny to consider, isn't it? I was a thief and a scoundrel. No. Started with cakes from my mother's table, still hot from the oven. Soon it was silverware, mugs, trinkets I found around town. Of course, stealing is against the Lord's commandments, so my father would make me return everything I hadn't already eaten and march me to the church to pray. Father Thomas grew accustomed to seeing me more often than Sunday mornings. What changed? I grew out of the habit over time. I think this started to see why my parents had such devotion to the Lord. Stealing was my way of acting out. When the trouble started in town, I realized my thieving wasn't doing any good. I decided I'd rather honor my father and mother, as God commands. It gives me grace with Andreas and Ulrich on the hard days, and with the rest of the town, too. I think Ulrich would be proud. Thank you. That means more than you know. I won't keep you any longer. I'm sure you have plenty of mural work to do. See you around, Anna. Please stop robbing us. I'd be mad that you robbed Casper, but Casper's dead. Listen, Ross. It's 30 years in the future. Come on. Think about how much time has advanced in the last 20 years. Ugh. I noticed that Jesse's mask. Is any fiction improved by being inconsistent? So I actually have to say yes. There is a deliberate approach to inconsistent fiction. It almost always boils down to the unreliable narrator. And yeah, surreality, horror can work with that, stuff like that. There's plenty of times where inconsistency can absolutely add to a fiction. I have to put such an asterisk by that because I can't even think of an example of one off the top of my head. I'm not a big fan of that concept in general. You know, who knows if what you're seeing really happened or didn't, or if it's all just representative, or it's all in their imagination. I'm not a big fan. But it is a tool like any other tool, and tools can be done but well or poorly. And someone asked another question I was going to answer. I can scroll up a little bit here. Which type of time travel annoys me the least? Type 1, I suppose, which is any time travel you do was always done and always will be done. I don't think FF7 is really inconsistent storytelling, at least not as we're defining it right now. It's really obvious from the word go in Japanese that Cloud is wrong and not telling the truth. That's not inconsistent. That's actually the exact opposite. That is consistency. So I don't think that qualifies in this category. I'm really having trouble coming up with an example. Yeah, no, FF7's plot is actually quite tight. It's weird. It even pays off in one of the best scenes in the game. I'm really having a hard time thinking of a good example of inconsistency in fiction, because I usually just push them out of my mind because it's like, Oh, Cloud's definitely an unreliable narrator, but the point is the game isn't an unreliable narrator. That's more the realm of inconsistency, when the game itself is trying to trick and deceive you, or the movie, or the book, or the show. It's still so beautiful here, Martha. One more moment. All right, take your time. Hello, Magdalene. Dad, look who it is. Oh, yeah, Rashomon. I still would say that's not really inconsistent, but I get your point. Hello, Martha, Carl. Our usual walk around town. November hasn't grown cold yet. Dr. Stoll says Dad needs to keep using the leg or the pain will get worse. And I'm getting old. Not so old you can't sit around at home telling stories. Listen to your daughter, Carl. Yeah, you young girls think you're my keeper, is that it? Well, she did in Japanese, Fun Falkenstein, so that makes sense. As I've pointed out many times, the biggest problem with FF7 in English is that the localization is the worst, I want to stress that for a second, translation we've ever had in a Final Fantasy game. There's a reason why I felt compelled to do a lore run on FF7 over 10 years ago now, to explain what the hell was going on, because I'd actually studied the damn game. Anyways. So, you're in a good mood today, I see. Plenty of reason to be. Tossing never ceases to be beautiful to me. Isn't the meadows a wondrous sight even in this season? On days the Lord strengthens me, I like to go higher up into the mountains. Used to admire the view with Anton from there. Anton, my poor boy. Alright, Dad. I'm sorry, Carl. It's not your fault, Magdalene. Just a babe, then. It's my fault he died. It's not, Dad. You know it's not. He shouldn't have been with me that night. He shouldn't have... It was a fool. What happened? I know I was there, but all I remember is the flames. What a fire it was. The whole abbey engulfed. I was bleeding. Anton tried to drag me out of the fight. Then that godforsaken Landsknecht stepped between us. I hope he burns in hell. Can't even imagine what that was like. How old were you during the revolt, Martha? 7 or so. I didn't understand what was happening. Someone brought Dad home in the middle of the night. It was dark, confusing, screaming outside. Mom and a couple of the men who brought Dad in were trying to patch up the wound, but it wouldn't stop bleeding. She kept shouting, "Where's Anton? Where's Anton? There's blood on the floor." He cried so much he threw up. We couldn't get you to stop. I couldn't understand where Anton had gone. Dad tried to explain, but... Martha, my dear, enough of that. I'm so sorry. How did you go on? Did I? I don't know. Some nights I think I'm there still. The Abbey is always burning. Yeah, I know that feeling. My Helena passed not long after. I was left alone with Martha to care for. I had to keep going for Martha, and somehow my daughter grew into a wonderful woman despite it all. I suppose that was all Helena's doing. Dad. If I'm any good, it's because of you. Thank you for telling me about that night. Time doesn't heal, Magdalene, but it does dull the ache. Time we continue with the walk, Dad. Yes, dear. Feeling much more alive now. Be well, you two. A franchise I would like to do with Lauren, but don't have enough knowledge of its universe? Yeah, no kidding, Lauren. Yeah, see, the problem is... that feels like a contradictory question. I think Magister's correct. If it's a setting I'm interested enough in to do a lore run of it, then I've probably already done my due diligence and looked into it. There's a reason I've said for years that the lore runs, the well of the lore runs, ran dry. That's why I transitioned away from lore runs. Years and years and years ago. Really, Act? Oh, that sucks. Let's go talk to her. Well, Trek is different. Besides, I am doing a Trek lore run, so that I'm satisfying that particular itch. You know what really hurts the most, though? Every time I mention the Trek lore run, at least one person says, "Where can I see it?" And it's like, no, it doesn't work that way. If I could have done that public, I would have done that years ago. Thanks, Jay Palmer. Keeping the tradition alive there. Yeah, they get slow fall, Yura. Which isn't quite levitation, but that's as close as they get. Yeah, I've noticed other YouTubers and other streamers have started taking the lore run concept. Have you noticed that? And the term, even. They even call it lore runs. I'm not saying I claim credit for that. It's a logical usage of the word. But it is amusing to me. God bless Magdalene. Hang on. Epic music. I actually legitimately put real thought into trademarking lore back in the day. It's a simple process, and I know exactly how to do it. I decided not to. Of course, Magdalene. I'll help however I can. I have a book, The Historia Taciae, and I can't read it very well. Can you help me translate it? I'm afraid my Latin isn't good enough to translate something like this. Its grammar structures are far too complex. Oh, someone else will do it, Warpcore. That's okay. I actually have some legal rights to it, so if they try to come after me, I can legally prove that I've been using it before them, and that might actually allow them to then... that actually might allow me to then... take the trademark away from them if they decide to do that. So. It's very true, Aleph. So anyways, there's one more thing. Did you need more paint? I believe I have enough galls stored away. No, thank you. I have more than enough paint. I want to ask you about the history of Kirsau. I'd like to include the Abbey's founding and the history of tassing saints to the Rathhouse. So many names. Yeah, I should reach out to... Actually, I know... For those of you not aware, I know exactly who Lore Runner is on Twitch. I know them personally, in fact. It was someone who was trying very hard to steal the name from me. And, you know, screw me over as a consequence of that. So that person was someone acting entirely out of spite. Yeah, they did fail. Might have actually caused me to lose some viewership and some clicks, but they did nevertheless fail. So, if you're curious, it is the Lore Runner on Twitch. I wrote to Reverend Mathau since he lived at the Abbey, but I want to see the place firsthand. Brother Mathau became a reverend, did he? He was always suited to such a role. I don't suppose that's what you came up the hill for. You're curious about the saint's history, yes? Yes, I was hoping you could show me around the convent to tell me about its history. The poor clerics don't allow outsiders within the convent, even other women. Mother Francisca wouldn't like anyone coming in for such a worldly concern. Her Twitch sub-account, but yeah. I mean, Brent Spiner is older than me, but I'm older than TNG. I'm also older than Lore Reloaded. That makes my job difficult. However, Mother Francisca always welcomes those who are considering joining the order. If a young woman sincerely considered joining the convent, she may be allowed to enter and observe the sisters. Who knows what else she may discover while contemplating the holy life? I see. Touring the convent will take some time. No. Let's not use our time consumer right now. So it sounds like we can check, so we can join the monks. No, that is Mossfanger. Not really, no, J. Palmer. I really wish I'd written down who came up with the name Lore Runner, because it actually wasn't me. But the moment they mentioned it, we were actually doing a stream. And we were discussing other names for the show. Because Archie Gaia was terrible, for obvious reasons. And so we were trying to move in that direction. And it was like, oh, wait, Lore Runner, that's perfect. Because it embodies the two concepts I care most about. Story and gameplay. It's also a play on the phrase speedrunner, which, you know, is something that's been dear and true to my heart for decades. So it's a nice little portmanteau. It fits perfectly. It was pretty much perfect, and I just jumped on it. What's really funny is Archie and Gaia was a character name in a story that doesn't exist anymore. Some of you who are more familiar with the extant are aware of the fact that the extant has gone through a couple of overhauls to make it a little bit more solid, a little bit more codified. As a direct consequence, the story which Archie and Gaia featured in is gone and is no longer valid. So, there actually is no Archie and Gaia anymore. I was never him, and he doesn't exist. I just find something about that funny. That is actually... None of them, Savacom! Ride to Hell Retribution is still canon as a story within the extant. Yeah, I know that's cheating. No, I don't care. It is cheating, right? The easiest way to make all stories canon is to just make them stories in your actual canon. I try not to pull that trigger. It really is cheating. Yeah, one time I donated to GDQ, and I actually got my comment read, and the person stuttered over the name for a second before finally saying, Arkengia donates, you know, $50, saying, hey! And I happened to be listening when it went through. I have never forgotten that pronunciation because of how much it amused me. I think I've talked to everyone, so hang on. So we've got the options of... It's not going to tell me on the map, is it? No, it's not. So I can go to the convent. But it's not letting me explore the abbey. Can I only go to the convent? I already did that loop. Already did that loop. Already did that loop. I've talked to everybody. No, Trihexia. So I actually have never been excited about Homeworld 3. And recently they did a story trailer for Homeworld 3, which 100% ejects Homeworld Cataclysm from the narrative. So my interest actually managed to go down from negative in Homeworld 3. They're also really leaning into a story trope I'm not a big fan of. The ideas of... Yeah, but this is codifying it, Loner. It's happened before, like, you'll have a sequel and then an unrelated sequel. But then, like, the third one will acknowledge both. That's happened before, right? But this is just ejecting Cataclysm entirely. Not a fan. But yeah, it's the Chosen One thing, and it's the family line thing. I like Luke as a character a lot. But I'm a little sick of so many stories focusing on the Skywalker line, right? To use an example. I didn't hit the inn, I just realized. Hi, Mag. Sorry, I can't talk for long now. Magdalene. Of course, Magdalene. Didn't mean to be impolite. What's keeping you so busy? The Planescape Torment film. As long as it's animated. You know, it's almost December. Preparing for the festivities is a busy time. Dad can't do it all alone. He pretends to be strong, but I think some of it's an act. He's growing older and sadder. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't really know how to help him. He doesn't talk about her much anymore. I think he's ashamed. I'm not, though. She was still my mom. Yeah, she was a murderer? Everyone does bad things sometimes, you know. Not murder. When the monks were around, they told us all about God's forgiveness. Warslav talks about it a lot, too. So that's what I try to do. Forgive. Okay, I'm going to let this go, but I don't regret killing your mother. Alright, so. How's your mural coming along, anyway? One step at a time. Learning about the history of tossing is a challenge. At least you can read in other languages. What if there's a history of tossing one of the books here no one knows about? Hardly. I don't think this town's ever been important enough. Suppose so. Oh, I'm sorry. I really have to get back to work. Okay. Who are these two people? Oh my god. Well, Kitsubine, wild guesstimation is the honest answer. That's not quite honest. I do my due diligence to try and estimate how long the game is going to take and if the game is streamable. Now, there are some red flags. For example, if you donate for any game that occurred any time between about 2000 to about 2008, that's an immediate red flag. I call it the streamability gap. If it's a game that's on the GameCube, the PS2, or the PS1, that's a red flag. And if it's a game that is on PC in that era, that's 2 red flags. Having said all of that, generally speaking, I can get most games playable and streamable at this point. So if you do donate for a game that's questionable, I usually go and I buy the game that night and see if I can get it streamable. And if I can't, then I say no. Now, after that, I have to guesstimate exactly how long the game is, which involves looking up a few different resources, YouTube, Let's Plays, the thing I can't think of the name of, Time to Beat or something like that, and speedruns, and just kind of guesstimate across that. Oh yeah, and Dreamcast games are 100% forbidden, because, yeah, no, there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to get a hold of a Dreamcast game at this day and age, unless it's been ported to something else. Thank you, Ross, very much for the sub, as always. And if you know what to put that towards, please let me know. Thank you. Does that answer you, Kitsubine? Echo. Adolf. God. Ruby and one shot. You got it. Oh, that's a streamination. Ruby streaminations. I know. It's not going to score well. It'll be short. Hello, you one of the burgers? Man and I are in need of refreshments. There are 2 burgers, Nico and Killian. I am neither of them. I know, Von Falkenstein. To be clear, I understand why people uplift the Dreamcast so high and put it on such a pedestal. But, you know, those of you who got to experience that, consider yourselves lucky. Ah, from the print shop we passed on the way into town. Yes, I'm running it for my father while he's recovering. Terribly sorry to hear about that. I hope he has a swift recovery. Thank you. Not much business for a print shop at this time of year, is there? Not for a Landhaus. Looks like travel's all dried up. Happens every autumn. Ah, the weather turned rotten, and I was hoping we could wait out here for a few days before moving on. I'm Alexander. This is my partner, Ramirez. We are musicians by trade, travelers by necessity. We just purchased a new instrument for Ramirez in Padua. Their luthiers are extraordinary. We're heading back to Wurzburg for the Christmas celebration. Quite an important competition there for the Meister singers. The weather turned rotten so quickly. The rain has been awful. The roads through the passes have all been mud. I don't know if we'll be able to make it to the competition now. Passes do not... If the passes do close before we're able to move on, will they open up soon? Is March soon? Oh no, God, no. I suppose I should plan for us to stay here through the winter. Sorry, Cat Raz. He takes notes. It's alright. Oh, he doesn't speak, you see. I do the talking for the both of us. He can write on his tablet when the need arises. People are like music? Yeah. Is there... Have you ever been to a place where people didn't like music? Yes. I can go so many jokes there. The reason Disco Elysium isn't on there is 2 reasons. First of all, we've actually already streamed Disco Elysium. So, by default, a re-stream of Disco Elysium is very low likelihood to happen. As I've said before, audit runs have several very particular requirements to actually happen, and Disco Elysium doesn't really apply for any of those. Second of all, like I said, I've already streamed it. Well, it is an extraordinarily bleak and horrifically depressing game. We've kind of, like, it's done. We're done. We're cool. So we're just moved on. Pains me to admit this, but I've certainly been places where people don't like my music. I'm tempted to put on Earthbound here. I didn't enjoy it. No, I hated every second of it, Yura. It's a really good game, though. I highly recommend it if you don't have any mental health issues. What are the audit requirements? Well, obviously you have to put money towards it to begin with. But it has to be really, really good. GTA 5. Really, really bad. I actually don't think we've audited a really bad... Oh, Breath of Fire 2. So, really, really good. GTA 5. Really, really bad. Breath of Fire 2. Or really, really significant. It has to have some kind of historical or personal significance to the show. Or to gaming as a whole. Those are the requirements right there. Breath of Fire 2 was certainly amazing. Yeah, Mario Brothers 3, that's a good example of one that got added in. Kind of. Anthem is kind of an asterisk-y situation. Because that's its own thing. Yeah, Metroid Dread we will be doing an audit run of, despite everything. We will almost assuredly be doing an audit run of Ocarina and Majora. I'm not 100% on that yet, but I'm leaning pretty hard. If there is a definitive edition or a cut, then that's frustrating. And I don't mean that as a bad thing, because that's awesome, but like, usually the games that get definitive editions or director's cuts are long. And it's really frustrating to waste 2 weeks of my life streaming a game, only to waste 2 weeks of my life streaming it again, right? God damn it. So anytime something like that happens, I charge more. And I do. I'm very open about that. So like, the Baldur's Gate 3 run, assuming that even happens, which isn't even codified yet, Dragon Quest XI is a good example of that, and Cyberpunk. All of those I am charging more because of the fact that we've already freaking streamed them. I really do not know Blade Travell. That is a long freaking ass game. Persona 5 isn't even on the list, I don't think. Is it? God, I don't even remember. Either way, Persona 5 would be an audit run and not a definitive edition kind of a thing. With your patience and God's help, we'll endeavor to find music that you and your neighbors will enjoy. Look forward to hearing it. Uncertain, Aleph. So the deal I made with everyone was very, very simple. If they have a definitive edition for Baldur's Gate 3, I will allow it to be re-added to the list in advance. It's kind of like a loan, if that makes any sense. Because none of us really know if Baldur's Gate 3 is going to get that kind of additional polish for the new thing. Or rather, I should say, none of us knew if it was going to when the game was re-added to the list. So that's still kind of a... we'll see. I will say that I do not 100% commit to that run happening as of this moment in time. We'll see. I do think Wizards and Hasbro have definitely pushed down the possibility of that happening. Thanks for that. But at the same time, the game has had quite a few overhauls as of now. This is also the risk of playing any game when it comes out, especially a game that is likely to get patches and updates. Ironically, I was worried about the same thing with Starfield. Anyways, I believe they are currently in the process of adding mod tools to Baldur's Gate 3, J. Palmer. I don't know if they're out yet. I'm on my way to the Abbey. I thought it might be helpful to explore the ruins. Ah, Curacao. It's an impressive sight in its day, so you never got to see it. Lots of history to be uncovered there, no doubt. You mind yourself in that place. Could collapse any day now. Don't worry, Nico. I'll be careful. I imagine it'll be like an adventure from one of those fairy stories. Scrabbling over rubble, uncovering trinkets and mysteries. You remind me of Johanna in that. She was headstrong, fierce when she needed to be. The mural's coming along fine otherwise? Oh yeah, plenty of work to do, but it'll get there. Can't say I understand much about art. But we all appreciate the work you're doing. What with your dad's. Well, I won't keep you from your adventure. Besides, I've got an inn to clean. Do you have someone to help you? Oh, I don't want to take up your time. Killian will lend a hand. Johanna was good at keeping me straight. She kept this place spotless. Cuck. How did you two meet? Ah, memories. We were so young. In Passau. It's to the east. I first saw Hannah doing laundry beside the river, just south of the Niedernberg. Oh my god. Outside of this abbey. The way the sun hit her face off the water, she sparkled. Couldn't get her out of my mind. What did you like most about her back then? The way she walked. She struck such a balance. He knew she was sleeping around on him, okay? And he was fine with it. Screw him. Anyways, she struck such a balance between determination and grace. That looks like a bee. Well, my thoughts on Baldur's Gate 3 are complicated. It's a very, very good game that I have recommended to many people. That I hated. Okay. Anyways, two big reasons. First of all, everything about the story axis. Baldur's Gate 3 is really, really edgy in a way I don't enjoy. Everything's dark. Everything's gritty. Everything's awful. Everything's evil. It's very 90s in a way that I don't enjoy and never will. So, even though the game is well written, no parents, even the game is well written and well acted and well structured and well built, it's just so gosh darned blurgy. The whole game is that way. Like, I mean, even, they market it that way from word go. And it's all about, everything, and the illithids, and, oh god, people are horrifyingly being turned, and you can rip their eyes out. It's just, no thank you. Not my thing. So that's the first sting. And, well, the story is good, and I would be foolish and stupid to say otherwise. It's never going to be one that appeals to me. It's like a multiverse story, right? No matter how good a multiverse story is, I'm never going to like it because it's a multiverse story. Let's see. So, God, the way they really lean into it with everything to do with Ball. 1 second, please. I mean, that's the point. Like, they're good. It's a good story. I mean, yes, but Baldur's Gate 2 wasn't dripping, dirty, gross. Like, I'm not even explaining it correctly. You know how some things are like, oh, that's awful. And then some things look they were written by an actual serial killer? Like a non-fictional, real-life, actual serial killer, and it's just diseased and warped and gross? That's Baldur's Gate 3 and the way they approach Ball. It's messed up. You know, I have gotten another comment about exactly that game as recently as yesterday, Ross. No joke. I don't remember what Baldur's Gate 3 was rated. Really don't. Quite possible, Nero says. But of course, the relevant point is, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 didn't have that. So whatever the reason, it wasn't there. And that's good. And I'm happy about that fact. But I'm getting off topic. Gameplay-wise, Baldur's Gate 3 certainly did a lot right, gameplay-wise, and I will not gainsay otherwise. It certainly is the best D&D game ever made, video game, and maybe the second best. It's definitely one of the top two. It also is definitely... Oh, here we go. Ooh, those are expensive. It's also... how do I put this way? It's kind of a side grade from Divinity Original Sin 2, which I personally consider to be the superior game, gameplay-wise. Obviously, I've reviewed both under the current system. But having said that, the game was extraordinarily buggy when I played it. And I don't mean, like, people clipping through grounds. I mean entire quest chains never triggering kind of bugs. So that obviously kind of pushed me away from it. I also think that it made several mistakes with regards to how it progressed. The game really, 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 really wanted you to go back and take a long rest at the town constantly, or at the hub. And it, as a consequence, it anchored a lot of triggers to that action. Stuff like that. No, I don't want... Yeah, Act 3 was just... And yeah, to be clear, I do absolutely think that it's kind of a my fault and their fault kind of a thing, if that makes any sense. Because I started avoiding going to town and resting, partially because I was sick of people in chat telling me to. But also the game absolutely wants you to spam it. Like, it's one of those situations, you've seen games like this, right? Where you go back to town or the camp or the ship or whatever, and you talk to everyone, and then you talk to everyone, and then you talk to everyone. If you don't, you miss out. It's one of those situations. They really wanted you to just spam the rest button to get all the content and all the dialogue and all the quest triggers and all the events and all the cutscenes. It's not great. Anyways. Oh yeah, that's another thing. The ending sucked in the version I played. Just absolutely turbo sucked. I was not happy about that ending at all. Oof. Anyways, I'm sorry. That's why I'm not super fond of Baldur's Gate 3. It's a freaking good game. Even, remember, even with the version we played, which is the version at launch, it still scored 200 plus, which is really, really, really good. But very much not for me. So, how did you come to talk to her? Luck and Providence. You see, no one could tell me who she was at first. Actually, I have Jesse's mask. Then she appeared at my family's warehouse. We were on the salt trade then. She was a wit in conversation, too, with a bold temperament that shone through every so often. We courted, I spoke to her father. Happy day. You miss her a lot? I do. It's a shame you married a murderer! We didn't have a plan when we married. That we settled in passing was happenstance. When Killian was old enough to travel, we happened to pass through on our way to Zurich. Why not stay in Passau? Salt trade was struggling, and there was trouble brewing to the east and south. The Lithuanians had started warring with the Muscovites. There were rumors of peasant uprisings. That wasn't unusual at the time, was it? No, but it felt more threatening at the time. Too close. Besides, we were going to Zurich for trade. We hadn't decided to leave Passau yet. As there was time to spare, we visited Kirsau, and of course the Shrine of the Hand of St. Moritz. Her eyes lit up. She said God had blessed us with opportunity. The town had no inn then. We proposed the land house to the abbot, and he gladly accepted. So the inn was her idea? No. Did I say that? It was a shared dream. Hannah and I were happy. So happy. But it didn't last. Nobody confesses in this game. Look, in fact, I decided to look it up just because I was curious. And the official, no really, behind-the-scenes answer for who committed the first two murders is not applicable because the developers have gone out of their way to never officially confirm who actually commits any of the murders. Which, for the record, is not something I'm in favor of, but whatever. Not going to ding the game for it, it's just... God laughs in the face of mortal plans. Then Hannah leapt into the arms of that frickin' Miller. I didn't know what to do. We had Killian to look after in the land house. I loved her, so I let it happen. It's just, yeah, sure, whatever. We're on the wrong playlist now. Yeah, let's switch down here. There we go. Yeah, no, as Takoida says, whoever you pick is always wrong. You'll notice that every single person we had killed, they've gone out of the way to make us feel bad about it. I guarantee you with 100% certainty that they do that no matter who you pick. The problem with that is that that kind of flies in the face of the fact that one of them actually did it, right? Having said that, I do think that Father Thomas, who I should point out, I don't actually know is the thread puller. I'm just very convinced of it, but the thread puller, whoever they actually are, is probably the actual villain, and I have a feeling the game will confirm that at some point. We'll see. We're not there yet. I noticed this has nothing to do with thread pulling at all, so... It does, Luke, absolutely. That's the problem. I am very sure Ottilia did not commit the murder. Near certain. I stand by my statement. I think Ferenc did it. I still have confirmed that particular perspective. And in the second murder of the candidates, I cannot see any situation in which it was not actually what's-her-face. Guy... I don't think Guy did it. The way he reacted... Hannah, thank you. The way Guy reacted to it and the way Guy's deals were working, I don't think he committed the murder. Now, that's mostly kind of a reaction thing. I am basing that based on his performance. But this is an Obsidian game. I think I can do that, right? Having said that, Guy is the only other candidate, I think. Of those two, one of those two did it. Martin didn't do it. 100%. Excuse me, Martin didn't do it. 100%. I have no idea who did the latest one, unless it's just Thomas. So then Otto died, and Andreas freaking Mahler couldn't help get himself involved. I never did set things straight with her. Maybe I could have saved her, saved us. Only I'd had the courage. I mean, all the evidence is pretty circumstantial. I agree with that. I mean, I was joking with my mother about this. It's not like we had, you know, DNA prints and you know, we can't find the blood and match the blood to the person. You know, we don't have anything, right? Nice. That far up. Yeah, go kill yourself off and when you're done, okay? I'm busy. Good talking to you, Nico. Thanks for sharing the story with me. I mean, generally, for a game this tightly written, with this level of internal consistency, they have to know who did it, right? They have to know who actually committed the murders, who took a life. So now that I've done the last thing that I meant to do... That's true. If they're innocent, they go to heaven. Everything's cool. No consequences. Whee! I suppose that's true, Kitsubine. They don't have to answer who did it, if they write it properly enough. That's actually harder to do than writing who did it, and then, you know, structuring everything else around that. Why won't it let me explore the Abbey? Because that's what I want to do. That's the time commitment I want to do. I want to explore the Abbey, not try to join the convent. Well, not lie about joining the convent, which, if I'm being honest, kind of is worse. Wait, the answer to what, Schmeidolf? And yeah, I've noticed the theme of the game is very, very heavily focused on truth. I mean, Pentiment, for God's sakes. And if you don't get it, look up what it means. Look at that one quest in KOTOR 1. I'm not sure this game qualifies as a cheat. I am extremely certain that one of two people did it both times. What I mean by that is there are some people they've introduced that it's like a guarantee that they're innocent, that we could accuse. Like Matilda and Ottilia in the first murder, and Martin in the second murder. I will admit my evidence is not, or my evidence is the wrong word. My judgment on the people who actually did do it is not 100%. But in the first time, it was Lucky or Ferenc, and in the second time, it was Hannah or Guy. Oh yeah, that's another thing. When you mention it to Guy, his reaction is, what? No, why would I kill him? And when you mention it to Hannah, or rather, when the person she's having sex with mentions it to Hannah, her reaction is, I don't know why you would ever act that way. Why would I ever have it? She acts really guilty is what I'm trying to say. I know that's not 100%, but with the information I have, limited information, which is one of the major themes of the game, she's guilty, Guy's not. Moving on. I noticed Guy isn't in this at all, by the way. I don't know what happened to him. So, yes, let's go do the time thing. Yeah, no, Martin exactly knows this. There's no way Martin would have done that. There's no way. Printer's daughter, yes. God bless you. Father Thomas told you your father's condition. We pray for his recovery. Thank you, Abbess. Fair, Tamberlane. I just mentioned it because they talk a little bit about some of them, like we saw with Illuminata and Matthew. And we got to see Matthew's lover in the background, too. So we got a tiny little tidbit there. Yeah, now, if it was Martin, and if I'm being completely honest, that would probably be a story negative. Because, let me explain that really quickly. Something some writers do is they feel the absolute need to have that twist be as shocking as possible, even when it makes absolutely no goddamn sense. You probably know stories of this type, right? Where they have to have that twist for the sake of the twist, for the sake of the subversion. Just to be shocking. And that's stupid. I'm not a big fan of that. If you're going to have a twist, make it make sense. Or if you're going to have a reveal, have it be logical and build-upable so the audience can guess it and then feel good for having done so. Don't be like, oh no, it was that person over there. They did it. What is this about? Sister Gertrude, you know our rules. Why bring the Mistress Druckerin to me? It was the chair! I mean, yeah, M. Night Shyamalan. I can never pronounce his name. That's kind of his shtick. Oh! That's a bad one. Magdalene is searching for a place in the world and is contemplating her holy life. I thought observing the sisters might aid her in her spiritual search. She was encouraged by the idea. I agree with you, Lord Hermit. You know, that's true, Jesse's Mask. That's an interesting way to phrase that, and you're right. He actually confesses to murder, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, the best twist is the Babylon 5 effect twist, which is very, very, very rare. It's when you don't guess it coming, but once it's revealed, it's like, oh, that makes perfect sense. And then the second time you go through, you see all the signs. Babylon 5 effect. But I'm also okay with the foreshadowed twist. The one that we guess coming, and then feel good for having guessed, for having put it together. I've said this before, too many people, too many writers especially, seem to have this perspective that a twist or a reveal has to be something the audience doesn't see coming. I disagree with that. The whole benefit and point of foreshadowing is to foreshadow it, to lay those pieces, to put those tiles on the plane, so the audience can be like, aha. Now, obviously, foreshadowing can be done badly, just like any other tool could be done badly. But you get my point. Anyways, so you've decided to consider my offer after all. If the Lord is calling you to convent, I am more than willing to help you fulfill your divine cause. What brought this change on? Why are you interested in joining the Plura Claris? I've been reading about the saints. We'll learn more about their lives and dedication to God. You can certainly devote yourself to the life of the saints with us as a sister. The life of contemplation leads to fulfillment which no earthly reward can compare. Please come. I'm happy to tell you more of our order. And yes, this is Drustvar? Actually, no. This is the Expedition's music, but it probably plays during Drustvar. Our small convent used to be part of the larger Kirsar double monastery, as I'm sure you've been told by Sister Gertrude. However, the Plura Claris live far differently than the Benedictines that once lived here. We believe it's not ours to produce, and live solely on the alms of the community of Tassing, as they see fit to give. Likewise, none of the sisters here own any personal property. We share this convent as a gift from the Church. We believe that the Lord called us into a life of poverty and service. Such a life appeal to you? Yeah! If I'm playing D&D 3rd edition, or 3.5 rather, seriously, Vow of Poverty monks are broken. I'm not certain yet. I'd like to explore and look around, get a feel for the place. No, I haven't played Expedition Rome yet. Only Expeditions Vikings. Unless that's another game you're talking about, in which case, never mind. Why are they broken? Oh no, it's great. Did someone kill the bot? Someone did kill the bot. Who killed the bot? Alright, we need to suss out who killed the bot. It was actually Savacom. See, that's a twist I wouldn't have seen coming. Jacques. There we go. Exactly, Jesse's Mask. I agree with Gurm very much on that one. Father Thomas! I knew it! It was Lore Runner, not the Lore Runner. That's me. I was gonna say something. I can't remember what it was. Oh, why are they broken? So a vow of poverty is actually really, really strict in 3.5. You can't own, like, anything except for basic clothes. That includes things like food and a place to sleep, so you are reliant on donations for everything. So I hope you've got a good charisma stat. But, hi, Melkor Blade. I hope you enjoy it when you get there. It's a good game. Very bleak and depressing, but good. The catch is you gain a lot of really great supernatural abilities as a consequence of having no gear. So it's designed to prevent you from having gear and then compensate for that. The reason I say specifically monk is because the monk's toolset neatly lines up with the Vow of Poverty's toolset. So you gain all kinds of incredibly overpowered abilities, which just turn you into a walking death machine. Let's see. Is this 5th edition? Because they actually carried forward the Vow of Poverty into 5th edition, but it was way, way toned down. You get exalted feats just for the hell of it. You gain the ability to endure elements just naturally. You gain the ability to... every attack you do is just exalted damage. Just naturally. At 5th level, you no longer need to eat or drink. You start to gain AC, resistance to all saving throws, ability score enhancements. Our armor goes up again. We gain the ability to the immunity to mind-affecting things. Damage reduction, just naturally. You no longer have to breathe at a certain point. You gain resistance to all types of energy damage at a certain point. You gain a constant freedom effect permanently. You gain regeneration permanently. You gain true seeing permanently. It's crazy. The Vow of Poverty can be taken by any class, but you can see why it just so neatly lines up with Monk, right? Because all of that's on top of what you get for being a monk. Oh, it's mean early game, but if you get a party willing to put it with you, oof. Yeah, this is the 3.5 version. Like I said, they pulled it forward into 5th edition and nerfed the crap out of it. I myself actually played a 3.5 Vow of Poverty monk, and whew, what's the golden number? So do you want the short answer or the long answer, Aleph? Because I got both, as I often do. Yeah, 5e monks can just understand people, regardless of language, which is really nice. Well, okay, so there's the long answer. I was just about to link that. I forgot I actually set up the command for that. So that video is the long answer. But if you don't feel like watching the long answer, the short answer is it's the score of the game. It takes into account everything, weights everything, puts that through 40-some-odd formulas, and punches out a number that is the ultimate score. 0 is right in the middle. Anything negative is bad. Anything positive is good. That's the super simple summary. But like I said, if you want the long answer, there's that video. Now, Magdalene, you must not have understood. We have deliberately closed ourselves off from the world. I would say no, Loke. Not really. I don't have a laywoman bothering... I won't have a laywoman bothering us with their duties or disturbing our rule. However, I will allow Sister Suzanne to show you our duties. Please take your time. When you have finished, please come to me and we will discuss your decision to join. Yeah, there's no... Like, a lot of people are like, what's the golden number out of? There is no out of. There's a hypothetical cap on both positives and negatives. which we are still breaking the ceilings on as far as accuracy. Like, there would be a hypothetical super perfect amazing game, which would be in like the hundreds of thousands range or something ridiculous like that, but that's never going to happen. In reality land, our current bottom is like negative 300 something, and our current cap is 1,000 something in terms of the range. Finally, I thought you'd never finish. What? Truthfully, I'm not here to join the convent. I'm looking for references for a mural. Why are we being honest about this? I have heard of Undead Ink, if that's the one I'm thinking of. Vulgar Blade, hang on. I have. It's even on my own personal list of games I want to play. I've even covered that game when it was announced. How much would StarCraft score be if it didn't have any negatives? Well, give me a second. We're never going to play this game again. We're just going to talk about the golden number now. Yeah, quadruple A games. We might actually break down the floor out of the worst game ever. Secret of the Stars continues to be the worst game we've ever covered, and I stand by that. But we may... Honestly, I don't know. I can't think of a game that's going to be worse than Secret of the Stars. Negative 353.72 is crazy bad. 109 negatives total in a 14-hour game. That's insane. And there's a reason it has the floor right now. So the MMO formula... separate question. Let me come back to that. Hold on to that. Let me go for StarCraft 2, because I'm actually curious here. I actually got to do this separately. Give me 1 second. Anthem is not under the current system, so I actually don't know what Anthem would review right now. Having said that, I think it would be. Anthem is a pretty freaking bad game, but honestly, we've smashed past Anthem at this point. We've covered some true drag. Okay, here we go. So, someone do me a favor, write these numbers down really quick, please. 55... Or actually, you know what? Hang on. Better way to do this. 187. And 316. 87, 316. If StarCraft 2 had no negatives... its golden number will be 1,656.62. God. The difference between that and its actual score is more than most games get in golden number. That's a lot of negatives. Anyways, ahem. Truthfully, I'm not here to join the convent. I'm looking for references for a mural I'm painting for Rat House. I'm gonna go look around. Where are we going first? The convent has many parts. The kitchen, the aquarium, the chapter house, the yard, the old workshop. No one uses the old shed anymore. I'll leave you to decide where to go first. Honestly, the fact that Secret of the Stars got that bad... Hey, Margaret's still here. And alive! Is really shocking. And really, really impressive. Just, wow. Do we have a map right now? We do not. Oh, never mind. There we are. We're over here. Okay, okay. I actually got confused about where I was. FF14 1.0 would be below Secret of the Stars. That's total garbage. That's the floor. If I was ever actually somehow capable of reviewing FF14 1.0, it would be the worst game, the actual floor. I have never played a game worse than that. But that's how bad you have to go to surpass the insanity that is Secret of the Stars. Ugh, it's a colder game. Yeah, I know. It took me a moment to notice that because the background looked really, really similar. I'm actually kind of thinking they actually copied that. Would FF14 1.0 have any pluses? Yes. It would have a plus to visuals, which were very pretty, and it would have a plus to music. There's not much in the yard that could help you, I think. I think there has been long covered in the weeds. See around Von Falkenstein. All I know about this place is that the walls here were added when the convent was built on the monastery. Oh, God bless you, Sister Benedicta. Sister Susan, God bless you. Ugh, this ice is hard. Do I recognize you? I think I've seen you in town once or twice. Yes, you'd have seen her. Sister Benedicta is the youngest of the sisters. Mother Francisca allows one sister to deal with the townsfolk. Benedicta received this privilege. Burden, more like. I have to run around everywhere gathering all the food and doing all the chores. I'd rather be inside where it's warm. What are you doing up at the convent, anyways? Shh. I was considered joining. Oh, you are? It'd be nice to have another face here. Don't let me keep you. Actually, I wanted to ask you some questions. Do you like being a nun? Oh, yes, I don't mind it at all. It's far quieter than home, and I don't have to share my bed with my siblings anymore. I like to help with my older sisters. I don't mind the chores, except when it's cold. One more question. Have you seen any mysterious figures or ghosts lately? Ghosts? No, everything's been normal recently. Haven't noticed anything odd. Is it about Sister Mary's ghost? I think it's Meridius myself. Oh, no. Who? Meridius. Don't tell Mother Francisca this, but I found an old book about Christian legends hidden in the workshop. It said a Roman commander named Meridius conquered Tossing, but the colony failed. Most of the town was empty until Christian refugees found the town hidden in the valley. It was a miracle. Christian refugees? Yeah, the book said they were fleeing Roman persecution, maybe under Nero? A Roman emperor known for his cruelty and persecution of Christians and Jews, as well as his disinterest in the Roman people. He famously fiddled as he watched a fire ravage Rome. Anyway, when Sister Mary said she saw a ghost, I thought it must be Meridius, trying to get us out. A Roman ghost couldn't be happy with his town being turned into an abbey, could he? What'd you do with this book, sister? I know, right, Luke? Oh, well, I had it with me in the kitchen nowadays, and I accidentally laid the fire poker on it. No! Sister Benedicta. I tried to fix it, but it's unreadable now. Sorry, Magdalene. I just... Okay. Besides, that story gives me an idea for the mural. Thanks for telling me. God bless you. Thanks, Magdalene. God bless you. That's a good point, Pillars of Snow. The game, Mochihiro no Hito, however the hell you say that, might surpass FF14. Although this goes back to something that Jesse's Mask said earlier. The golden number is how good or bad a game is. It's kind of supposed to be detached from its value as an artistic work. So even though a game like Drakengard scored badly, and I stand by that, Drakengard nevertheless has value as a piece of work, right? Unlike, say, Starfield, whose only value to society is being an example of what not to do in a game. This workshop is covered in dust. Yeah, this is where This is the Benedictine Sisters' workshop. They used to make badges and art for pilgrims coming to see the Hand of Maritz. Looks like everything was left here after the fire. Nothing used in years. Fallout 1 also has a negative score, which I stand behind. But nevertheless, obviously has artistic value and blah, blah, blah. It's like, when we're going to be covering Metroid 1 pretty soon, and Zelda 1 pretty soon, those games are not going to score well. They might even be net negative. In fact, I'd say that's likely. But obviously, they still have a value, historically, if nothing else. So, duh. And I'm not going to tell someone you have no right to enjoy a game, even though I do stand by my own opinion on the matter. It's kind of a weird give and take sort of a situation. I have reached a point in my life where I have sufficient self-confidence in my review system that I'm no longer willing to let someone tell me that my reviews are wrong. You know what I mean? I know that sounds strange, but I used to be like that. I used to let other people tell me, oh, well, you're wrong about this game. And I'm like, oh, you're right. I'm sorry. But at the same time, I have no right to tell you that you're wrong for actually enjoying a game for whatever reason you actually enjoy it. Yeah, a lot of old games score poorly. That's life. But there is, I've said this before, I'll say this again. Good design is good design. That was true then, it's true now. And even older games can be good. Can actually be, fairly, fundamentally, whatever you want to call that, good. Yeah, exactly. You can't really condense an opinion or art into a number. We can do that about game design. We can do about a story structure, but we can't really say, um, what's a good example for me? I know a lot of other people have examples about this. I tend to not. This actually became a huge topic during the break when I was trying to recover. You're gonna make fun of me. I almost quit. I almost quit reviewing because in the space of about a week, like 10 separate people, um, including like PAX and another good friend of mine, and like several people in the Discord and several people in the YouTube comments, and my brother-in-law, completely independent of each other, all, how do I put this? All were speaking very positively about really crap games, and were telling me that my opinion was wrong about games that are really, really good. And it was just this cavalcade. I think it's the density of it that really bothered me so much. And you know me. I'm always self-checking. I'm always self-debating because self-confidence. Um, and I realized that I think I'm actually the weirdo here. Hear me out for a second. I know I've talked about this in vagaries before. Um, but I think what it boils down to is I value good games, good movies, good shows. And I know that sounds weird to say it that way, but I think most people don't. No, I don't mean that as an insult, really. Quite the contrary. I actually think that the problem here is with me, because as I learn more and more and more about people and about opinions and about design and about history, I realize that more people value things that have nothing to do with the actual quality of the work in question. They value the experiences they create out of a bad game. They value the uniqueness of something over the quality of a game. They value how they felt or how it makes them feel or what it reminds them of. Actually, yes, Mr. Ed, you were one of the 10 or so people, the dozen or so people. Ross was one of these people too. Rax was one of these people. There was a YouTube that got pushed in my recommended feed that said that perfect games are boring. That was part of this. And like I said, Pax was about this because he started praising WoW Classic over WoW Retail. My brother-in-law was about this. Like I said, this was just coming from all angles, all at the same time, and it was just kind of like, whoa. It was very strange how dense this was. It was just complete coincidence, of course. So this whole thing was just coming at me from all kinds of angles. And yeah, exactly. Sense of accomplishment from overcoming a game, or maybe enjoyment because a game does something narratively that you don't see, right? I talked earlier about Baldur's Gate 3. Now that game scored very well on the story axis, and I stand by that. But I'll never enjoy that story because it's just tonally a story I'll never enjoy, right? It's just too gross, too dark, and too icky, you know? So that kind of a thing, right? People tend to focus on that kind of a preference over the specific quality of the game, because I still scored it very well, because it was still a really good game. And so forth and so on, right? Now, this just is a whole thing, but near as I can tell, I am one of the very, very, very few people that I know that looks at a particular work and prefers it to be good or high quality or whatever you want to call that, right? Sorry, one moment. I'm getting a little shaky. I apologize. I believe this plays in the Halls of Reflection. I could be wrong. Yeah, blood sugar. My blood sugar's low. All I had was some bowl of cereal for breakfast, so I'm playing a little bit of catch up here. Forgive me. Um, but yeah, no, exactly. That's a good way to put that. I like that, Noctis. I'm interested in judging the game, not the experience, because what I pull out of it is the game, not the experience. That's what I value, right? Let me use a direct example. I have way more positive memories, good thoughts, good vibes, stories I could tell about Diablo 2 than about Diablo 3. Right? Like, I could talk about Rob, my friend. I could talk about how we used to do high school stuff around that. I could talk about how we used to mod the hell out of D2. I could talk about the old LAN games, right? I have tons and tons and tons of positive memories associated with D2. But I still prefer D3. That's the part that makes me the weirdo, I think. Or at least based on my observation on the matter, is because D3 is a better game. D3 is just a better game, top to bottom. D2 is kind of crap in many ways. And if you look up, you'll see tons and tons, hundreds and thousands of people who constantly say D3 sucks, and D2 was the most perfectly perfect thing ever. Now, no offense, most people don't bother... Wrong way to phrase that. Most people don't quantify things the way I do. I do this regardless of my show. This is just me, how I am. So, you know, not really, Ross. Like, I hated playing through D2 when we did it most recently for the review, because holy crap. Unless you mean the experience which is separate from the game, which has nothing to do with that. Yeah, no, exactly. You enjoyed D3, but it didn't stick with you. Because you don't care about the fact that the game is a really, really high-quality game. You care about the experiences you get out of that. And you get the overall point. I think that most people don't quantify or even care to quantify. Yes, I did, Jay Palmer. I actually had to have someone else help me get through the damn game because I was getting soft-locked because of how crap D2 is as a game. There's actually an Act 2. Act 1 is pretty solid in D2, and the game just goes down in quality for the whole game. But I'm getting off topic. GTA San Andreas, that's another good example of that. Which is the better game, San Andreas or GTA 5? GTA 5 is a better game than San Andreas. But a lot of people point to San Andreas as the superior game because experiences and because vibes or nostalgia or whatever, right? Whatever personal thing it is that they value. But GTA 5 is the better game. And that's my perspective on that, and that's why I almost quit, is because I started thinking the obvious question. Obviously, first of all, something's wrong with me. I had to have a friend, I say it that way. A friend of mine took it upon herself to try and convince me that just because I'm a weird mutant freak isn't necessarily a bad thing. But also, what's the value in me? If I could be really blunt about that, like, what's the point? What's the point and purpose of me if I'm doing something that no one cares about, right? I'm sorry, I need to order lunch. I just realized I actually have no food here right now. Does there need to be a point and purpose? There has to be a point and purpose to everything. Everything has to be a point and purpose. We may not know it. I've said this before. Everything has a point and purpose. We may not know it at the time, but everything has a point and purpose. My purpose is to drink! But no, I'm not trying. I'm not fishing for compliments. I'm not trying to do this. This is really something I went through, and I never really came up with an answer, to be quite honest about it. I just kind of realized that, you know, the alternative was not great. No, you're fine, Ross. Really, don't feel bad. It's just, it's interesting. I don't know what to make of that. Because I can't say I feel ostracized, because that's wrong. Ostracization is when someone pushes you out of a group. But no one's doing that, right? Y'all are cool. I just feel like I'm over here. You know what I mean? I'm sure a lot of you actually sympathize with that. You just feel like you're over here, right? Doing your own thing. Yeah, a little different perspective. I'm grabbing Wendy's for lunch, comma. Does anyone want anything? Question mark. You've got about 10 minutes to respond, period. Why are you in your behind? We have a good Wendy's. We got a good Wendy's around here. They've got, what I tend to do is I tend to get the Baconator with like lettuce and tomatoes and onions added on the pretzel bun they've got. That's some good. I always get the chili. Their chili reheats extremely well, so it's a great, leftovers thing. No onions? What? How do you not get onions? Here we go. Pretzel Baconator. That's what I want. That's what I want. No mayo. No mayo. I will agree I'm certainly a bit of a niche creator. It's the other funny thing. I mean, I'm screwed at this point anyways, right? But I've been aware for years that my content is so niche that I consider myself goddamn lucky that I can actually pay the bills at all. I don't mean that in any way as I'm not e-begging. Don't give me any more money. I'm cool. I can pay the bills. My sister's giving me a place to stay. Yeah, I'm trout flavored yogurt. I've said that for years. It's fine. That's something I've come to peace with. That's just how it is. No mayo. No, please don't act. Please. Have you ever enjoyed playing sushi games more than good games? That's a good question. I will admit, by the definition of the term, sushi has nothing to do with quality, but in reality land, most of my sushi games are good games. That's another thing, actually. I've said many times I enjoy bad games, but at the same time, I'm starting to question that assertion, Hang on. And my coffee games are all over the place. That's working exactly as intended. But like, someone did a check, I don't remember, but I think it was like Mega Man X6 was like my lowest sushi game. I don't think that's right. Maybe it was something higher than that. Hang on. Could someone check? What's my lowest sushi game? While I order lunch really quick here, please. Please and thank you. Why don't they offer larger for the spicy chicken nuggets? I want spicy chicken nuggets. There you go. Untitled Goose Game. At 31.88. That's still a net positive game. That's still better than not. That tracks, though, right? I'm not sure I can think of a game that scores below 0 that I would call sushi. And again, I think that's just because I'm effectively realizing this part about myself that I prefer games that would be net positive. Act! Regardless. Yeah, that's another thing. I'm not sure a game would score in the negatives and still be coffee, because by definition, if I can acknowledge that it's coffee, it's good, right? That's the whole point of that terminology. I gotta get me some chili. How many Metroids do I think will get sushi? At least Super and Dread. Prime 1 obviously is not going to be part of this particular run, but Prime 1 would get sushi tag, 100%. Especially since we'll be playing the remaster. Should I get fries? What do you think? Should I get fries? Fusion, I'm not sure about, because I don't have a lot of experience with Fusion. I've actually only played all the way through Fusion. Never. I have played Fusion in bits and pieces over the years. And so I'm not actually... I've never actually sat down and played it all the way one through. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. I've learned, as I get older and, older, My opinion on fries has gotten a lot pickier. For lack of a better way to put that. Fries are just so damn unhealthy. No, Zelda 2, that's going to be a Sunshine game, I guarantee it. One of the most stark Sunshine games we could have. Guaranteed. I already said guaranteed. I don't know why I doubled my statement on that. I actually remember Fusion reasonably positively, but again, I've never actually sat down and played it all in one sitting. I played a bit of it, and then I played a bit of another person's save, and then someone came in and asked me to beat the game for them, and that's the 3 times I played Fusion. Avico. Let's Google that. What is that? Avico. What is Avico? Yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. Zelda 2 is actually a pretty good game until it isn't. And it kind of never stops getting worse from that point onwards. Having said that, the last time I played it, which was for the Then and Now series, my opinion of the Grand Palace actually went up, not down. The fact that you can actually start over at the Grand Palace probably has something to do with it. It's a Dutch food company headquartered in the village of Steendiernen. It's part of a municipality of Bronkhorst in the village of... I'm just going to screw all these names up. Potatoes are primarily processed into French fries, hash browns, potato-ready meals, and potato flakes. They apparently have a delivery service. Interesting. Either way, no, is the answer to your question. I like Chick-fil-A's fries, and I like some Wendy's' fries. I don't get fries anymore from Burger King. Or like Sonic, or Dairy Queen, anything like that. I saw a question in there. Hang on. And then I swear I'll get back to play this game. I also saw a donation. Thank you, Act. Please stop giving me money. I really, really, really wasn't debagging. If you know what 3 things you want to put that towards, please let me know. And I'm sorry, Savacom. I hope we haven't caused you that kind of stress and strain. We're pretty cool around here. I shouldn't say we, you are pretty cool around here. The usual block, Razorite, and entropy 0. Whoop, entropy I can spell. 2. We have really crap Burger King around here. I'm really sad about that because I actually like Burger King. A game I love or enjoy to play that I would never recommend because it's a bad game. There's only one game that's coming to mind. And the funny thing is, I think it disqualifies. Because saying I love the game is kind of inaccurate. It'd be more accurate to say it was the only game of its type. And the uniqueness was something that I played and replayed the game to hell and back because it was the only game that was doing that. It was the only game that was giving me that experience that I wanted. It's still a bad game. And I absolutely would not recommend it. That is Rebellion, which is a Star Wars grand strategy game. Now, Rebellion does several things right, mostly on the strategic layer, but it also does an inordinate amount of things wrong, to the point where I would never recommend you play Rebellion. That's about all I got, I think. And I don't think I would give Rebellion the sushi tag to continue the parallel. No, not the board game. The board game came out a lot later. Rebellion is a 1990s game. It's sometimes called Supremacy, depending on where you're at in the world. It's a grand strategy game, like I said. It is a video game. It's also streamable, weirdly enough. So, go figure on that. Link Between Worlds is going to be at least 100 plus. I think it could challenge the 200 range. Hang on, Jay Palmer. That's the one. That's a terrible picture that doesn't get across the gameplay, but yeah, that's it. Speaking of which, you're asking how many Zelda games I know will get the sushi tag. LTTP is going to get the sushi tag. Guaranteed. Twilight Princess is going to get the sushi tag. No, that game sucks. I hate that game, Noctis. No, this is a grand strategy game. Not a terrible RTS. There's never been a good Star Wars RTS. Not once. Majora's will probably get the sushi tag. Maybe. I'm not sure about that. Ocarina will get the sushi tag. LTTP will get the sushi tag. Twilight will get the sushi tag. Link Between Worlds will probably get the sushi tag. That might be the list. Maybe Four Swords Adventures. Not sure about that one. An experience with wizardry. Unfortunately, yes. Which is how I'm going to say that. I don't think Link's Awakening will. I gave them 10 minutes. Look, I'm sorry. Wizardry is one of the big three, right? Might and Magic, Wizardry, and Ultima kind of founded video RPGs as a video game. As a concept. But, holy crap, have you played those games? Yeah, I can't even predict Skyward. Who knows? Who knows what Skyward will do? Link's Awakening is still a solid game, don't mistake me. It's just, I don't think it's going to get the sushi tag. Anyways, I should probably keep playing the game we're playing right now. We can't subsist on painting. Poor Claris don't produce goods for us, so we have no reason to be in here. Art allows us to find beauty in life. Even Christ said the Father clothed the lilies of the field in beauty. I agree, but that's not the rule of the Plura Claris. Mother Francisca considers art temptation into hedonism. Is she actually worse than Father Thomas? Art is temptation into hedonism. She doesn't let us come in here unless we put something in storage. I've come in a few times and noticed some of the brushes have gone missing. Paint pots, too. I wouldn't be surprised if the twins managed to sneak their way in. She would be livid if she knew folks from Tassing were sneaking around the convent. I don't think they'd be able to get in the workshop without one of us seeing them, though. Good point. Twins aren't artistically minded anyways. In any case, I think it's sad the workshop is left like this. Truthfully, Magdalene, I don't think you should join the convent, even if it's not what you're here to do anyway. Gertrude talks about you and your love of art. Without it, you would hate it here. Yeah, honestly, yeah, Savacom. Old parchment. It's a scrap from a manuscript, something written in Latin. The Mithraeum of Tassing has been destroyed by a flood. That's the word I saw in the Roman section of the mine. Interesting. There's Benedicta. Oh, I'm sorry, Yura. Do you, like, how much would that cost? Because I could, like, throw you a couple bucks. I'm not doing super great, but, you know, I could be like, oof, here you go. She is Jesse's Mask. She super is. I don't know. It's not a word I've ever heard before. There's certainly nothing in the comment by that name. Well, the note says that the Mithraeum was destroyed, so I suppose it doesn't matter now. Such valuable paint left to crack and dry on pallets. These old badges are beautiful. I hope the pilgrims who bought them loved them, too. So what do I think of Avowed so far? I don't really have any expectations. I am looking forward to it. I mean, it's an Obsidian BRPG. Of course I'm looking forward to it. But I also think it's going to be the test case. I actually mentioned that earlier. Obsidian games are Obsidian games. Good stories, bad gameplay. There's really only two exceptions to that. And it's been a long time since they've put out an RPG. And they haven't really put out an RPG since they've been under the new management and new leadership. So, this is the test case, right? This is how good of an RPG can Obsidian make now? And that's what my thoughts are of Avowed. We'll see. There's the chapel where we gather for Mass and liturgy, the oldest part of the convent, and the most drafty. Hello again, Sister Gertrude. The sisters have done some minor retouches over the years, but it's represented the abbey from its earliest days. Hello, Baron. Oh, there's still the tower and the library. The cloister is still being constructed. Yes, the tower was Bergfried. A freestanding defensive tower, not built for permanent habitation. Long before the structure became a monastery. The duchy gifted it to the Benedictine order after the Holy Roman Empire grew. They have no use for it as a keep. These walls have protected Tossing from attacks of spirit and steel for many generations. There's Latin here, too. God called Lady Sabine to lead her sisters and brothers in 1261. Lord Kearsaw's castle was destroyed by fire in the year of the death of Emperor Frederick II, only the tower remained. Well done, yes, the first lists an abbey's founding date. Lady Kearsaw was actually the one to suggest the old castle be turned into a double monastery. We added the second shortly after the revolt. Mother Illuminata thought it would be fitting. Even if the sisters were not here, some record of what occurred would remain. Kearsaw is unique. I am guilty of that, Justice Mask. You're right. 3 good gameplay games from Obsidian. I apologize. Stick of Truth had solid gameplay. Weirdly enough. It really did. A double monastery with 2 saints, 1 male, 1 female, to guard the town and the abbey. So the foundation of the abbey was even older than the HRE. Many things have been built and torn down on this land over the generations. Who knows what used to be here? You were right, sister. The mural will be a great reference for Rat House. I'm glad you have helped. God bless you, Magdalene. Thank you. I would say no, Nero's, as there are some cases where a development company has actually basically pulled in a writer to write the story. But that's hard to do, and it's harder to do right. That was the second one, Aleph. Grounded, Pillars of Eternity 2, and Stick of Truth. Those are the 3. The second South Park game was not Obsidian. Outer Worlds had a net positive gameplay, is how I'm going to phrase that. Here's the Aquarium. Most of the Abbey's visitors come here, but aren't allowed to enter. They aren't allowed to go into the outside world either. Like Mother Francisca said, isolation is part of our vows. Sister Gertrude once told me the old Benedictine sisters used to go out to the town sometimes and even talk to men. And I'm stuck here staring at these walls for the rest of my life. Ooh, thought bubble. Doesn't seem like she thinks much of her life here. I can't blame her. This life sucks. Even so, she doesn't have the passion that Sister Gertrude and the others have. I should encourage her to leave the order. After all, plenty of young men in Bavaria would make good husbands. Still, there may be a reason she chose to stay. I don't want to overstep my bounds. Well, we know how this works. We're going to see how this works out. Are you unhappy here, Sister Suzanne? I don't know. My father promised me to the church as a baby. Some oath he swore when my mother was struggling in her pregnancy. Ouch. So there I was, dropped on the floor. Dropped into the poor Claris the summer I turned 17. They took you in just like that? Nobody asked what you wanted? Why should they? Poor Claris rely on the offerings of others, even their children, to subsist. My family is devoted to the church. I've only been in the convent for 2 years, but I'm trying my best. I don't mind the prayers or the hours, and I'm sure of my devotion to the Lord, but this isn't what I wanted. But since when did a woman ever get what she wanted without being punished? Eve couldn't even manage it. I'm sorry, Jesse's Mask. Hope you like it. We can only do the best we can. I pray one day it'll be different. Maybe, but we certainly won't ever live to see it. Sometimes I get jealous of Sister Gertrude and even Sister Margaret. At least they got to see something of the outside world before they were 20. Why don't you leave? Do what? My family wouldn't support me. I have no husband, no way to make land or coin. What can I do but pray? And we're better to do that in a cloister. Thanks for listening. Anyway, let me show you the rest of the cloister. Okay. Yeah, I was actually about to point out, don't most real-life monasteries actually encourage traveling? I mean, I know this is a specific sect, but still. I guess we already were here. Aw, you suck, Jesse's Mask. In a good way, obviously. This is the kitchen. There's not anything interesting in here. Whoops, we're on the loud song again. Hang on. This is the kitchen. There's nothing interesting here. Sister Mary and Sister Bob take care of most of the kitchen duties, but everyone pitches in when needed. Isabeau? God bless you, Magdalene. God bless you, sister. How's it with the cooking? Yes, we have seen this place before. As the Lord wills it. My old fingers fumble from time to time, but it's my privilege to prepare supper for the other sisters. It's very noble of you. Just as God gave Paul a thorn in his side, so did he give me pains of age to strengthen my faith. No comment. An averagely good game is around 60 to 90 under the current system, under the current math act. Didn't Christ die so we don't have to suffer unnecessarily? In the next life, yes, but even Christ said we would face hardships while we live on earth. I have chosen to find meaning and devotion to the Lord through my hardship. Well, thank you for sharing. You're most welcome, child. God bless you. God bless you, child. Are you delivering something? No, I'm learning about the history so I'm considering joining the convent. Ah, hallelujah. God be praised. God, glory and praise to be God. You've brought such joy to me this day, child. I haven't actually joined yet, sister. Do you have a strong stomach? Perhaps you can help Sister Isabel with me in the kitchens. I enjoy preparing meals for the sisters that nourish us, but I can never bring myself to butcher the animals. Sister Isabel has graciously taken on that task for me. We need sustenance, but I feel butchering any animal is wrong, according to the rule of St. Francis, mystic friar and founder of the Franciscan order. Born in Assisi to wealthy parents, St. Francis was called to a life of poverty and preaching. With his follower, St. Clare, he helped found the Order of Poor Clares. To cause suffering to any living creature is unnecessary and evil, even if God granted Adam and Eve dominion over the animals. The kitchen seems fairly simple. Is there anything here from the convent's founding days? No more than the structure itself, I'm afraid. Cookware needs to be replaced over the years. Though some nights a ghost appears to be by the cook fire. Lost spirit, trapped between heaven and hell. Sister Mary, not this again. Not to Magdalene, please. Could it have been a ghost from one of the sisters from the founding of the convent? The figure rose up through the very ground we stand on at vigils, not a fortnight ago. Dawn and dusk are the hours when the boundaries between the world and the spiritual world are weakest. We may be the newest arrivals here, but this convent is very old. Maybe there's something Roman underneath this foundation searching for. Yeah, there's definitely nothing under this place. Wink, wink. Spirit may seek to know the presence of God now that rests on holy ground. We'll think about it. It breaks my heart to think the spirit was crying out for help, trapped beyond heaven's reach. Why don't we keep going, Magdalene? Better not to get Sister Mary too upset. God bless you, sister. God bless. Well, you've seen the entire convent. Not much here. What do you think of it? I understand the appeal of it, but not for me. I understand you dedicated your life to your work. You'd struggle to give that up now. It's been so long since I've spoken to anyone from outside the convent. I'm reminded of the life I once had. Now you have me thinking about whether or not I should remain with the sisters. You should... Oh, God. You should stay... Yes! Yes! The reverse psychology continues to work. Like what? Sister Mary's cooking? I don't know anymore, Magdalene. My family's devotion doesn't have to be mine. I don't know if there's truly a place for me here. Anyway, we should return to Mother Francisca before she suspects something. Thank you for showing me around. Well, thank you. Today has been more interesting than any I can remember in the Abbey. Let's find Mother Francisca. She'll be wanting to hear what you thought of the place. Possibly Schmeidolf, but I wasn't sure. It's working so well, Kitsubin. 3 times now. 3 times in a row. Overwatch. No question. J. Palmer. Hearthstone has been a cash cow for a long time. Madeline, what's your assessment of the Poor Clares? Is the good Lord calling you to life with us as a sister? I am compelled by the devoted life the sisters lead, but I'm afraid I must tend to my father first. Of course, I understand. Caring for your father is in itself a noble path. However, if your heart lends you back up the hill, the doors to the convent are always open to you. Our community is quite modest compared to the splendor of the old Benedictine house operating under the rule of a powerful abbot. I see why fewer women are drawn to the order these days. Thank you for allowing me inside. You're most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you. I hope you enjoy it, Baron. How'd your little expedition go? I learned a lot. There's something I don't understand. The abbey was so prosperous. Why did the monks rebuild it after the fire? What a task that would be. The chapel was beautiful. The stained glass always caught my eye in the mornings. There was a great deal of anger and sadness in Tassing that night. The abbot felt the brothers and sisters were no longer welcome and moved on. In truth, the abbey's dissolution was inevitable. Kirsau was running out of money and patrons. The riot and fire were simply a particularly awful and painful way to end the monastery. Did anything survive the fire? Some of the buildings are intact, but all are terribly overgrown. I haven't found anything in the rubble. I doubt you'd find anything to help your mural inside other than charred wood and parchment. I think I'll still go look. I worry after you sometimes, I really do. Thank you for your help, Sister Gertrude. You're most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you. Yep. Time passes. Well, that was... I don't know. I did learn more about the founding of Kirsau. And that illustration from the manuscript, the Mithraeum. It was like the one in the mine. Is it part of the history of the Abbey of Tassing? It must be written down somewhere. If only the library hadn't burned down with everything in it. The ruins are right there. Maybe not everything was destroyed. Oh. Hang on. Well, if we've got actual in-game music, we'll pause that. Okay. Only one way in. God, this is amazing. I wonder what it looked like before the fire. Everything collapsed in the fire. I'll have to be careful climbing over this rubble to get past. Yeah, what she's doing here right now, by the way, don't do this. In fairness, the game makes it really clear that what she's doing is really stupid. And, like, several people are like, no, don't do that. Yeah, it is easy for you to get caught in a way in which no one will ever find you, and you will die slowly. Oh, I can't get back up there. If I climb, it might collapse further. Well, think about where we are, Act. Who do you think's going to hear us in this giant cathedral trapped in here if we did end up get trapped? Especially if we were down below ground level, right? If we went down into the crypts, for example. Yeah, you ever wonder... Oh, well. You ever wonder why most horror movies and stuff like that just kind of conveniently removes phones from the equation? It's because this thing right here is a great way to bypass a lot of the danger of those situations. Alright. Good news, though. I found something in here. A Wendy's! I'll be back after the lunch break.